Do be sure to like the video, subscribing is great as well. Consider becoming a channel member. There's the Patreon option, the Discord for stream alerts, and an Amazon Starfleet link, if you're into that. Use the link in the video description. Yeah. Anyways, let's dive in here, May the 4th or whatever, and we had something else planned, and then I was just like, oh yeah, it's that Star Wars Day, and I was like, probably a good day to fit in a Battlefront stream. I mean, we don't do this too often anymore, and I was just like, yeah, okay, you know what? It fits, I get it. So let's dive in and battle. Sadly, we are the droids first off, but you know, someone's gotta be the robots. Someone's gotta become the Clankus. I can't believe he literally, like, walked onto my grenade. That was kind of funny. Can't believe there's a Jedi out there already. I mean, I joined in progress, but, you know. I had the fun opportunity of accidentally clicking the respawn button. Okay, what kind of spawn is that? Spawn right into Yoda? Give me a break out there, eh? Give me a break. Geonosis. I know a lot of people liked it when they added this one, but man, I find this map just so, like, bland and, like, color range and stuff. I swear in the movies it had more of, like, a sort of an orange hue to it. I don't know, in this game it's just kind of, like, really kind of, like, brownish, grayish, or grayish. Brownish, the grayish is that thing that I'm looking at there, but yeah, it's just doesn't have very vibrant, it's not very vibrant color-wise, right? Yeah. Does Star Wars Battlefront 1 still have players? Oh, I have no idea. Maybe? Maybe? I spawned beside Obi-Wan. Well, that sucks. For me. Yeah, I don't know. It's been, I think, a few years since I've played Battlefront 1. There weren't many players then, so I'm sure if you go on the right day, you could probably find like a lobby, but I think even this game, there's not many people left. I mean, they're very old games, right? It's not like they're getting updated anymore. Like this one, you could still get some steady lobbies, but yeah. Then Helldivers too. I've never seen a company speedrun the destruction of a popular game, I think, that quickly. Like, I don't know if you guys see what's going on with Helldivers too, but they're basically, like, they just kind of self-imploded over the last, like, 2 days. They're trying to force you to sign in through a PlayStation account on PC, and then they delisted basically the game from all these countries, and then people are getting refunds from Steam, and it's got like 100,000 negative reviews in like 2 days. And I've never seen such a power run to like destroy, like seriously, like Helldivers 2 is an incredible achievement in terms of like a live service game that kind of came out of nowhere that's like super successful, and then Sony is basically like eviscerating that. I'm sure the developers are like heartbroken because their highly reviewed game is now one of like the worst reviewed on Steam, and basically happened almost, it feels like overnight. And it's just like, why wouldn't you just delay it and do it later or something, just to, you know, quell the fans, stop the bleeding and everything. But no, they went and they double dipped and they listed it from a bunch of countries, and I was just like, Sony, what are you doing? You're like pissing away money. they're pissing away money just to try to bump up their PlayStation Network user numbers, and I'm just like, you're crazy. Battlefront 1? Nobody plays Battlefront 1. Battlefront 1 underrated? I don't think so. I remember when I played that one, it was a pretty... Like, I thought Battlefront 1 was pretty lackluster when it came out. Like, Battlefront 2 had a lot more going on, but... Yeah, I remember that first Battlefront being pretty lackluster. Eh. I mean, all to their own, but yeah, I didn't think that one was any special. Like, it was really lacking in content. Like, if you thought this game was, like, lacking in content, like Battlefront 1 there had, like, nothing to it. It was, like, a bare bones, empty experience. And they basically just, you know, took those lessons and then applied that to this game, and... yeah, I don't... yeah, yeah, just force push Yoda. I don't normally play as Dooku. I'm more of a Bosk player, but you know, it is what it is. I almost, well, no, I didn't almost interview the guy, but he was at the expo, the guy who voiced Bosk, and I was like, oh, that would have been great. I think Yoda's a little overpowered. Just gonna throw it out there. Yeah, but I'd say I disagree. I think Battlefront 1 got exactly the rating it deserved, which was kind of middling, and it just really wasn't that good. It was the good like, it had nice visuals and stuff for the time, but yeah, no. I will say the Heroes versus Villains mode was excellent in that one. That was better in that game than it is in this one. Heroes versus Villains was very good. Yeah. Sony hates democracy. Huh, hey Bert. You don't own any game. Every game you buy now is a license. Yeah, no, they killed the player count too and stuff like that. It's just mind-blowing. Better maps? I don't think so. A lot of the maps are the same. Fix the remaster collection? They've done some updates for it. I don't know if it's fixed. I think the damage is done for the remaster collection, sadly. Yeah, I was hoping to be able to stream that like once a month, and they kind of poisoned the well on that game, which is a little disheartening. That's how she goes, you know, things don't go your way in life, and, you know, you lose, and that's just what it is, you know. It's a sucks to suck scenario. It's like the poor Maple Leafs. Oh, they didn't even try in overtime. I was just like, I could have went for a walk tonight. It was just, man, that sucked. They lost to the Bruins in OT. It was just like, really, guys? Really? I was like, I thought maybe they were going to make it since they won the last two games to force Game 7, and then nope. But hey, on the bright side, at least the Canadian team will make it to the conference finals, because we've got, what is it, Vancouver and Edmonton competing. On the bright side, if Vancouver wins and goes to the conference finals and maybe the Stanley Cup and they lose, we could have another Vancouver riot, so that's something. That's entertaining for Canada. Yeah. Nothing like living in the most expensive part of... one of the most expensive parts of the country and then having a good old riot when your hockey team loses. There is something a little humorous about that. Just a little bit. Yeah, Canada, we don't really have a lot of riots here, but hockey has caused a few, which in itself is fascinating. I killed Obi-Wan! I killed Obi-Wan! This clanker got it done, guys. I did what so many Sith Lords couldn't. I was like, hello there, as I shot him in the face, and he was like, ugh. Yeah. Anyways, May the 5th. I'm excited. Next year, I guess, is Revenge of the Sith 20th. Yeah, 20th anniversary. I remember being a child and going for like my birthday to go watch Revenge of the Sith in theaters, and now I'm old. And now I'm old. Yeah, it's amazing how time flies. I kind of thought, again, I would be married and stuff, maybe have a child at this point and go watch episode 3, but yeah, no. Well, no, I don't think the kid would be old enough, but 25th anniversary. No, it's just kind of crazy how fast time goes by. It really is. May the 5th. Yeah, next year. 20th anniversary, episode 3. Oh, man. You know you're getting old when all of the series that you grew up with are turning 20. That's That's when age is getting to you. That's when age is getting to you. Battlefront Classic Collection? Yeah, we don't talk about that. They put it on Disney. It's been on Disney Plus for years, man. For years. Yeah, no, they kind of... That was, again, Helldivers was fascinating because they just literally, like, eviscerated their community overnight for no reason. And then, yeah, Star Wars Battlefront, that game... I think Star Wars Battlefront Classic actually could have been pretty well supported, decent running, like, multiplayer experience. And they just freaking wasted that. I'm sure Aspyr is sitting there being like, man... But, I mean, they were the ones that put it out as they did, so, I mean, it's kind of on them. I'm sure from a numbers perspective, you know, financially, they kind of wrecked the potential of that pack a lot. That's how she goes. Who's fighting with the clones? These are the Clone Wars. You know how much it would suck to be on the other side of the Clone Wars? Like, this thing is labeled not... It's not the Droid Wars, but it's the Clone Wars. I feel pretty, like, left out. Yeah. Feel pretty left out as a clanker. It's rough out here, you know. Saucy pepper? More like dead pepper. And we were supposed to actually do this stream in co-op with that Kevin guy, but I don't know where the fuck he went. we had the Fallout stream planned for tonight, and then I was like, I think we should switch it because it's that Star Wars day, and he's like, oh yeah, and I was like, yeah, and he's like, yep, and then he's been missing in action, so kind of funny. Ba, 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 ba. Down you go, CT2110. He's a Sith now? Who's a Sith now? This Fallout channel. Well, you gotta diversify. The only way we're getting a Gears collection is if they're porting it to PlayStation. That's the only reason you would see a Gears collection. Or Gears 6 is like years away. And they need something to tide the gap, but yeah, I don't think the Gears collection is real. You gotta remember, it was a rumor from that one guy that, like, isn't really trustworthy on his rumors and doesn't really, you know, have a good track record. So, like, yeah, the Gears collection isn't real, because what was it? That dude rumored the Gears collection... Is it 6 years ago now? 5 years ago now? It's not a real thing. Otherwise, we would have at least heard of it. You know what I mean? I mean, it would be cool, but yeah, I could only see them doing that if they port Gears to PlayStation, and, you know, so probably this summer. Yeah. A Charmander. I killed Yoda, guys. I killed Yoda. And it hurt Obi-Wan pretty badly. Yeah, you're right. We need more Fallout on the channel. That's all I'm good for is Fallout and Fallout mods. That is my purpose. You know, like Microsoft Edge, its purpose is to install Chrome. Mine is to stream Fallout. Yeah. Like kind of a wild look going on today. What the hell's this? Which Star Wars game am I playing? I don't know, one of them. If I had known we weren't playing, like, Kevin wasn't popping in or something, I would have played, like, a different Star Wars game. I don't know what one, but I would have maybe done a different one. You know, mix it up a bit. Wow, I died fast. Darth Maul was, like, worthless. But what I really want to do is play as Bosk. They took Bosk from me. I like Bosking around. Anyways, guys, it's been a while. So, you know, if you could take a second to like the stream, subscribing's great, donations cool. Consider becoming a channel member. Channel member gifting, the Patreon option, the Discord for stream alerts, chatter, and OK times. It's also an Amazon Starfleet link, if you're into that. And GamerHeadquarters.com, I write stuff on my site sometimes. I have been writing a bit more. Today I actually had a very successful filming day. I got a bunch of stuff recorded in a very short time span. A lot of it unreleased stuff that's coming out in the next week or two, so it's nice to be ahead. You know, planning and all that crap. I did a Nintendo game. I did a PC game. A couple Series S games. I was on a roll. People can't read the titles, they just see the picture. It's okay. I don't expect people to have reading comprehension in the modern era. It's a novel concept. It's a novel concept. Also, I think when you're on YouTube, depending on the device you're on, you don't even see like actually the full title of the video or the stream. You just see like an image and then, you know, that's it basically in a title. Seriously, what the hell is going on with my hair today? Oh, my phone's charging over there. I swear, I like literally like set up my hair nicely and then I go to stream and this is what I get. Brand brand spirits and wines enhancing my stream. Well, I mean it's not like I won't do that. Clementine will remember that. Have you even played the Walking Dead games there, Zero? I think those are actually a little before your time, aren't they? Well, maybe not before your time, but before you were playing games, which is kind of funny how old those are, but Clementine will remember that. And Clementine's got a bad attitude, is what she's got. Master Yoda? We give him the title of Master too? Why don't we just call him Yoda to try to demean his value? We're trying to build up morale with the units here. It's actually neck and neck. It's 68 to 67. Like, it could go either way depending on who captures and holds a couple of these positions for the next little bit here. God damn it, I just got that guy. Seriously though, I look like I've gone through... Well, I mean, the Leafs losing there was pretty hardcore, so yeah. I love LEGO Star Wars. I wish we were playing LEGO Star Wars. Yeah, that would be sick. The only problem is of like LEGO Star Wars Skywalker Saga, it's like 9 billion hours of mundane grinding to do the side stuff. And the complete saga I've already finished. I'm 100%, so there's nothing to do there. Yeah. We could do the really grindy LEGO Star Wars 2 achievements. Those ones are a bundle of joy. Yeah, LEGO Star Wars 2, the original trilogy. That's an oldie. Should really do a video of that running on the Series X at some point. I think that's the only LEGO game I haven't done, now that I'm thinking of it. I mean, it's kind of pointless because it's part of, you know, the complete saga, but, you know, it'd be kind of interesting. I think it runs at 60 FPS if I'm recalling correctly. Because I think TCS only does 30. No. I have to look into them, it's been a while. There we go, Saucy Pepper is a dead pepper. Oh, it's Darth Maul. I hope he is able to accomplish that. Yeah, the more and more I play of Geonosis, the more and more I think it's just like the blandest level. Lego Fortnite. Oh yeah, they added Star Wars Lego Fortnite. I don't know if that makes me excited at all to go and play that. I liked the Lego Fortnite mode, but like I played it and I felt like it was just like incomplete. It was almost like an early access game. And I get that they're trying to be like a metaverse where you play a game of games as Fortnite. But A, I think the name Fortnite doesn't really work well for that, and also B, they need to have more complete games within their metaverses. It's more like they're doing little... Well, I guess that's the smart idea from a business perspective, is kind of doing, like, early access things where it's like, this is what we could do if you guys like it enough, and then if it's popular, they build onto it, but... Yeah, I remember doing the Lego... I had fun doing the Lego Fortnite thing, but there really was not enough meat on that bone to keep you going long term, unlike, you know, like Minecraft and stuff. Yoda's almost dead, guys. Okay, we got him. And it looks like we're gonna get first dibs on attacking their ship. That is lovely. What I like to see out there is Geonosis flying over. Lego Star Wars, good for you, man. I mean, I don't think the Jedi's kidnap for sensitive kids. They more borrowed them to teach them the ways of being a Jedi. It was an honor in that era. I mean, it's all from your certain point of view, right? From one point of view, you could be like, wow, this person really treated me terribly and used me. But from their perspective, they could just be like, haha. It's all your point of view, as Obi-Wan would say. Well, then again, Anakin Skywalker really loves the, from my perspective, stuff. Are you kidding? Where the hell is that coming from? Well, then make it double. What the hell is that guy using? Power blasts? How the hell is he locking on from that far? You can't even see that guy except for his like outline through the rocks. He's a sharpshooter there. The Jedi had it coming. Yeah. This Skywalker marathon run in theaters? Yeah, no thanks. I've got way better things to do with my life than that, honestly. Yeah, no, I don't even like Star Wars enough anymore to do that, I don't think. I really loved Star Wars too, so it was just like... Man, I can't believe that turned out how it did. There's something that just went wrong in 2019. I don't know what it was, but like... Yeah, that year, the halfway point, it's just everything is so from that point forward. I don't know how to describe it, but yes, something really went wrong halfway through that year. Oh, I think I'm getting a party invite from that Kevin guy now. He wants to join half an hour in. Okay, here we go. One sec. Playing Fallout 4 and drinking Nuka-Cola in this economy? Yeah, one sec here, guys. That Kevin guy wants to join now, I think. Let's see. Where do you see notifications? On your Xbox app for PC. Let's see. Game chat. Is that on your sidebar? Man, Windows is so convoluted. No new notifications. So I didn't get a notification? It said I got a notification. There we go. Now I'm in here, guys. Joining in a half hour late, eh? Alright, make sure the party is invite only. I don't want to talk about the leaves. Okay, I'm gonna punch you in. Why isn't that pinned to the side? Why isn't that pinned to the side? There we go. Alright, guys. Kevin's here. He's joined the action.
Hey.
He's watched that traumatizing Leafs game. I was so pissed.
You didn't think that was the funniest thing to ever happen?
I was like, for 1 second, I was really ecstatic, and then the Bruins scored a minute and a half later.
Right?
They just
Toronto
let that
winning.
dude walk in there and score. Like they didn't even try to stop him.
Cute little move by Kashyyyk, but even Samsonov, like he could have threw his body.
He could have tried anything.
Like yeah, he just kind of sprawled out.
He's a terrible goalie.
Deep in the net as he could. Yeah,
genuinely awful. I mean, the main issue was that Wool guy was injured. Who was the goalie for the previous games?
Yeah,
He got a back injury.
oh, he won 5 and 6. Yeah,
and they brought back that that worthless Austin Matthews.
you know they won the games when he was out.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, as soon as I heard he was back, I was like, oh no. He's like an omen.
I just thought that was hilarious because I was rooting for Toronto. I didn't want them to win. I feel so bad for their fan base, but like for them to lose, it was such a Toronto thing to do.
Oh yeah, no, it was perfect. I was like, oh, not overtime. I was like, I could have went for like a walk tonight or something, or could have like, you know, I could have done something with my night. As soon as it was going to overtime, I was like, oh, this is just gonna be sad. And it was.
What?
I mean, they could have at least tried. That's the thing that gets me, is like, again, they just let them walk in there. Ugh. Sorry guys, that's hockey for you.
Right?
Does that mean we're switching to Fallout? No. We had decided we were going to do this. It was just Kevin that wasn't here on time.
Yeah, I was late.
Yeah, we talked about... This was going to be Fallout, but it turned to Star Wars, like... I don't know, like the afternoon or something. I think I got back from the gym and I was like, oh, we got to do Star Wars.
Maybe the 4th, right?
Yeah, it just fits.
Yeah.
I mean, we only stream this, like, what, twice a year now? So we might as well pop it in here. We do like, a Christmas stream of it, and then...
I haven't played this forever. It's a good excuse, too.
It really is. I mean, there's not really much of a reason to play this anymore, right?
No.
So many other games. We were talking about the clusterfuck that is the Helldivers right now. I'm sure you're about that.
Yeah, with that whole, yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, they just delisted it from 16 countries.
It's insane, right?
Yeah, before it was just like, oh, you need to have a PSN account to play it. Now they're like literally actively delisting it from regions, and I'm just like, Sony, what are you doing? You know, you got Sony there.
No.
Every quarter they're crying. They're like, we need live service games. We need live. They have one successful live service game, and they're like, we're gonna destroy it. Over a weekend, I was like, what?
What's so funny is I don't get why you would cut that off. You know, like, there's always the classic, oh, there's cheaters from certain areas of the world. Yada,
No.
yada,
It's a
but
numbers thing. I'll tell you what it is. They are trying to bump up their
Sure.
PlayStation active users. That's it. There's nothing more to it.
That's insane, because how much money are they making off of everyone with their battle passes? Like, that's what it is, right? The war bonds.
No. They have a quarterly report coming up here pretty soon, and I bet you their PlayStation Plus user numbers are really piss poor right now, and they are desperately trying to bump those numbers up before the quarterlies come in. Or, sorry, before the fiscal year ends.
It's crazy that somehow they'll make more off of that than these people giving them money on Helldivers. Like,
I think they're going to lose money, but I think their stock value isn't going to tank as much because it's going to be plateaued off. I know that sounds really, really dumb, and like from a money standpoint, I'm sitting there being like, that can't fiscally, like, that can't be financially worth it, but like, I think that's what they're doing.
yeah,
I almost guarantee
like,
you that's what the purpose of it is.
that's so dumb. Because, like, there is no reason to. It's a PvE game. Everyone could just enjoy it.
Hell, you know what they should do? Is if you want crossplay, you have to have a PSN account. If you just want to play with Steam players, you don't need one. That's what they should do. But yeah, they're trying to bump up their numbers. I should have gone for a walk. I should have. But there was a small part of me thinking, hey, maybe this was Toronto's year.
Right.
I mean, I wouldn't want to be the guy that was like, oh, were you there for the big moments of them making the way to the cup? No, I skipped out on...
Well, it's just that, you know, this was finally their chance to beat Boston. That is not the same team that was losing
won
to them all
two
those
in a
years.
row.
Yeah.
They were coming back. And they just... Oh my god. I just can't even...
I just need Vancouver to beat Edmonton.
Vancouver? I hate Vancouver.
Nah, I hate Edmonton more.
I'd rather see Edmonton get another cup. Well, I mean, honestly, it would be pretty entertaining if we get another Vancouver Riot. That would be fun.
My hope is Vancouver wins, beats Edmonton, and then Dallas or Colorado beats them.
Oh, Colorado would smoke Vancouver in the playoffs. Especially like a conference finals. Yeah. Anyways, every team I care about's out, so I don't care. On the other side, no matter what happens, a Canadian team is making it to the conference finals.
Yeah, that's kind of.
Yeah, we're guaranteed because our two teams are going up against each other. So no matter what, a Canada team makes the conference finals. Yeah, there hasn't been a Canadian team that's won the Stanley Cup in 30 years, guys. So it's like, you know, I'm trying to.
Yeah.
I'd love to see my country win a fucking cup, considering it's our sport. But you know.
See, I'm torn on that because, like, there are if a Canadian team other than the Flames are going to win, there are some I would be less disappointed in. But there are certain teams, i.e. Vancouver, Edmonton, where just they cannot.
Yeah,
I would rather never see a Canadian team win
see those
in
ones.
my lifetime than to see those guys win.
Yeah. Do I have FPS boost on? Oh, I could have. Oh, I didn't even think about it. Okay, do I have to back out to pick you up here? I think that's how it works.
I might be with you. I just backed out with you.
I don't have FPS boost on. I think I'd rather it looks like... This game doesn't need... Like, I don't need to play this game at 120 FPS. I don't need to go to 1080 to play it at... Like, I'd rather play this game at 4K 60 because, like, I literally... Yeah, I don't care that much. I wish I did, but this is not to me, this is not a competitive, this is for fun. Like, this isn't Halo or COD or anything. This is like, it's Battlefront. Helldivers is good. Helldivers was good. Actually, the reviews for it from the Steam community are overwhelmingly negative.
Why, just because of the update, I assume?
Didn't you see the review things? 100,000 negative reviews in 2 days.
Oh, wow,
100
complaining about it. That's fine.
1,000. So yeah, like 2 days ago, it was very positive, the review scores. Now it's mostly negative.
That's insane. It was huge. It had its own meme community.
Yeah,
you know, my buddies would send updates in the group chat talking about like
democracy.
Yeah, and like literally, oh, did you know we took Fenrir 2 and all that? I think I'm in the lobby with you.
Yeah, you're in here. They just pissed it away. Yeah, they lost a lot of their player base. I saw it's down by like half. Yep. This game runs at 120. It's got FPS boost. You should watch my video on the channel talking about that. You've been wanting to buy it? Well, I mean, Helldivers 2 was like $40 since it came out, right? Like, it's not even a full price game. It's a pretty good deal. But now if you live in a weird country, it's like, no. Not gonna happen. What else were we talking about? Yeah, how different and weird things are now for stuff too, because it's like a Star Wars day, but I don't really care about Star Wars. There was something mid-2019 that happened where it's just like, everything is so weird these days.
I think it was... I don't know. I get what you're saying.
I don't know,
I was
man.
even talking to my girlfriend about it, because we were mentioning the day, and I was like, oh, lightsabers are so cool. And for her grad photos, it was so cute. She took my Luke Skywalker lightsaber, which I had the full replica and everything. I was quite proud of it.
That's nice.
And she took it for a grad photo. One of the grad photos, she did a whole Jedi pose.
Adorable.
And she was like, remember when Star Wars was just fun?
Yeah.
You know, and
we just all loved Star Wars.
Yeah, everyone loves Star Wars. It was so cool. You know, yeah.
I miss those days. I really genuinely do. Like, I don't even know what would it take for me to get, like, that passionately back into Star Wars.
Right.
Like, I don't even think there's anything I can
released
name.
A bunch of shows. I couldn't care less, you know, like.
Oh, you're not excited for Skeleton Crew, and the Acolyte or
Right.
whatever? Who gives a shit? Yeah. And then, like, the upcoming big movies, the Rey movie, and was it The Mandalorian and Grogu? It's like, who cares? I'm not gonna pay money in a theater to watch that crap. I wouldn't even watch it on Disney Plus. No thanks, Disney.
Are they still doing the Rey Mandalorian movies, all that?
Probably. You know, I don't believe a single Star Wars movie is actually coming out until it's like in the theater. But you know, allegedly they are. They're giving Daisy Ridley $15 million to be in that movie.
Whoa.
And I'm like, you better pay her for the trauma involved in being part of Star Wars these days.
Alright.
Freaking hell, man. I don't think she's worth $15 million.
I actually couldn't name anything else she's really done.
She has been in a string of failure, like critically failured movies. I think she was in one that reviewed well, but I don't know. I caught her in this movie called like Ophelia and stuff like that. Just really wasn't very good.
Man.
Like I thought she was a pretty decent actor, but oh, I'm still alive. Starting to think she just isn't. I don't know, man. It's hard to be in a Star Wars movie. Like from a historical standpoint, you don't typically go on to have a very good career unless you were already popular before you were in Star Wars. If that makes sense, because you know, like obviously.
Oh, what's that? Harrison Ford was the only one who made it out.
Yeah. I know you guys like Mark Hamill, but he's basically just been, you know, a glorified voice actor for like decades.
Oh, he's Luke Skywalker and then the Joker.
Yeah. That's it. Oh, Caleb popped up. You know, Caleb, I was actually going to send a message on the Discord to see if you were still alive, because I haven't seen you in so long. It's funny. I check in on people, you know, occasionally to see how they're doing. I haven't seen them in a bit. I was just like, I haven't seen Caleb in like, I think like a month or a bit. I was just like, is he dead? Jim Ryan killed democracy? Okay, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Convert to Fallout fans? Yeah, Fallout's hot right now. I'm looking for members. I got an interview next week with Nick Valentine there, Kevin.
Oh, really? That's super cool.
Yeah, did you know he voices half of Skyrim?
I didn't know that.
36 characters.
Whoa.
36 characters in Skyrim.
That's a few.
Yeah, he voices the Dalek Vale or something? Evil Vale or... You know who I'm talking about? The Daedric Prince. Or Daedric Vale Evil or something? Daedric Evil?
Oh, Classius Vile?
That guy. Classius Vile? And he voices his dog.
That's hilarious when you see his dog.
Barbados?
There. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah.
I always thought that was neat when you finish the mission and he grants you the wish. And I was like, I want to end the war. And he's like, oh, the war will end when 1,000 dragons burn scattered into the ground.
So yeah, he voices that guy and his dog.
That's really neat.
Because yeah, I was like, I messaged Joelle and I was like, because I haven't talked to her in a long time. She's doing her stuff, and I was like, I got an interview with the guy who voices all these characters in Skyrim. Could you like pick out what characters are like? He also does the head of the Thieves Guild, Mercer Gray. Is that what it?
Okay, yeah.
He also does that character. I was like, could you highlight like a few of these roles? She's like, I had no idea that he did the guy and the dog, and I was like, yeah. I was like, that's crazy. He's also Mr. Handy in Fallout.
Oh, really?
Mr.
Like,
Handy.
what, just 4 or like going all the way back?
All of them. And Mr. Gutsy, all the way back to Fallout 3.
Yeah.
And he's Codsworth as well. And he voices a ton of characters. And if you guys are old Thief fans, he voiced Garrett in the original Thief games as well. So he's been voice acting since the 90s.
That's really neat.
Yeah. So I've got a good interview planned that's going to cover, like... It's mostly... It's a Nick Valentine interview, obviously, to tie in with the Fallout update, you know, obviously. But
yeah.
I'm going to talk about his career.
He's probably well aware of that, too. Like...
Yeah. But I want to ask about his other stuff, because he's also Corvo in the Dishonored, in Dishonored 2. Did you play Dishonored 2 at all, Kevin?
No, yeah.
Okay, well he's the main, like there's Emily, and then there's Corvo, he's the main character of the first game, which is silent protagonist. And then the second game, he voices Corvo, which, yeah, he's like the bodyguard, but also like basically the queen's, well, she would be his adopted daughter, basically, so what I'm trying to... He's like the stepdad, basically. Oh, yeah. I'm trying to think what else, like, he does, like, every Bethesda game he's been a part of. Basically.
That's really cool. I love when you get a lot of the voice acting, like, the gal's doing Fallout 3, I think I mentioned that before. And when
she's
she
hammering
went
away
into
at that one.
Oh, she is. Like, she's... what was it? I was talking to her, and like a day later, she was like level 18, it seemed like. Just insane. But she was talking to Mr. Burke, 10 pennies.
Okay.
Guy that tries to get you
He
to blow up
also
Megaton.
voices a shit ton of Fallout 3 characters.
Oh, well, that's what I was gonna say. Is that guy's hilarious? Because I was instantly pointing out to her. I know she didn't do it, but I know him as Lucien LeChance, what's it? Listener. No, listener, speaker. Oh, I think it's the speaker. Anyways, in the Dark Brotherhood, and he's got probably the coolest Dark Brotherhood storyline I've ever played in Oblivion. But he does the voice acting for that too.
I should actually... I don't have my phone because it's charging. But I should pick up the... I should actually go over the Fallout 3 characters he voices. Because he basically... It's the same as like Skyrim, where he voices like 20 plus characters. It's ridiculous. Because he's a couple of the big dudes too. But my thing is like when you play those games... Like, in my mind, I'm not like, that's the same guy.
Yeah.
So...
Well, his voice is so... Like, I knew it right away even when I was a kid. Like, when you talked to Mr. Burke, I was like, "Oh, hey, it's that guy." But like, the dude that voices Valentine, I did not know that.
Right?
Yeah, like that's just good voice acting.
Oh God, I wish I could have got it at the expo. Didn't get any interviews at the expo, which sucked. But the guy who voices the clones and stuff, Bradley, he voices General Rom, Eagly from Peacemaker. What's the other weird one he voices? Gravemind from Halo.
Oh, wow. Okay.
3 or 4 different parrots from different, like, series of stuff. Like, literally parrots. I was just like, the fuck, dude? I'm like, I was like, what else did he... Oh, he voices Bosk in all the Star Wars games. I was like, what? I was like,
that's neat.
He's General Rom and the clones? I'm like, what? And, yeah, but I was a little bummed out that didn't work out. Anyways, guys, it's been a while. Be sure to like the stream. Subscribing's great. Donation's cool. Consider becoming a channel member. Channel member gifted, the Patreon option, and the Discord for stream alerts. There's also an Amazon store affiliate link if you're into that. Orva was the Queen's side piece. Yeah, sure, why not, Filet? You liked Hayden Christensen? I think a lot of people like Hayden Christensen. The Acolyte? I don't even want to care about the Acolyte. I mean, it sounds cool, but... I wonder if Caleb just popped in here to just say one word and then just, like, ran away, because I was like...
What?
I don't know, this is, like, I check on people, like, sometimes I'm just, like, I do ponder if I haven't seen somebody that's a regular in a while, I'm like, are they dead? You know, you get lonely, Kevin. No, just kidding.
No, yeah, sure.
Yeah, you gotta see what the regulars are up to. Oh, we're boarded? Okay. Kamino? What is the blander map? Kamino or Geonosis?
Geonosis.
Geonosis? Okay.
Yeah, that's got nothing going for it.
Fuck, because we were just playing on Geonosis and I was like, this is the most boring looking map ever. I am a monument to your sins. Well, that was funny too, because my one pal was, oh, that's funny. My neighbor down the street just said, ouch, next year, bitches, for the Maple Leafs.
That's funny.
That guy kills me. Anyways. His dog is so energetic. Like, he'll, like, come by with his dog, and it just, like, freaking hops everywhere. I'm like, holy.
Just too much?
It's a really adorable looking dog. Like, but he's like, man, I wouldn't want to I wouldn't want to have that as a pet, as a dog pet, because it's just like, I don't have that kind of energy.
That's kind of my big issue with dogs, is they have way too much energy. Like, cats can be kind of overwhelming for me sometimes, but there are just some dogs that's like, go away.
I was just like, holy, because he's like, he came up to the steps because we're chatting, and the dog's just hopping around, jumping inside, running around, doing circles around me. And then he sits down, and you know the dogs when they do that whine where they're like, come on, come on, come on? He was doing that. Yeah. And I'm like, you've only been here for 30 seconds, man. Calm down, doggo, calm down. It's a really, I guess you could say, beautiful looking dog, though. It's got like a nice like coat and everything. I don't know how you describe dogs really, right? Not really too much of an animal person. But, yeah, and I was just like, Yeah, the dog has energy like you wouldn't fucking believe. I don't know, you ever come across that where certain people, they just have, like, energy, or certain animals just have, like, energy, and it's like, I can't handle that. Ugh.
People, not so much. It's the type of energy people give off that, like, I can go for or not, where it's like, oh, okay, you're trying to have, like, that kind of fun. You know, like, if you're at a party and someone's, like, being, like, aggressive, but they think it's fun, I don't know to describe it. But, like, animals, they do. It's just, like, go away. Especially when I think of, like, dog gals where their dog is just everywhere. And they're like, oh, my God, is that so cute? And I'm like, yeah. You know?
It's like, could you get him to calm down a little bit? I like the dogs that I see on walks where they're sort of, like, older and just sort of, like, happy to be there, but they're not, like too old to do all that weird stuff. You got that dog in you? I bet you do, Filet. I bet you do. I just want to open up what else this guy's voiced. Oh my god, okay. I think the funnier thing too, I was kind of looking into this guy and someone's like, thanks to this guy for voicing half of Skyrim, and someone else is like, well, maybe Bethesda could, like, you know, afford some other voice actors. I mean, it's like, it's impressive, but it's also like, holy man, you think they could afford some, like, other people?
Pay somebody else?
Yeah, because again, I think he does 36 roles in Skyrim, which is so impressive, but it's also like, you know, they've re-released Skyrim like 9 times. You think they could have, well, then it would make it sound different.
That makes me think there's probably got to be like 2 voice actors for all the little one-lines when you greet someone in Morrowind.
Oh, there definitely is. For sure. Absolutely. Heat energy to Kevin. Oh, Filet.
Ooh.
Star Wars Hunter game. Yeah, I'm pretty excited for that. Launching next month or whatever. It's Zynga. I don't expect it to be like a great game, but I expect it to make me a good amount of money. So I'm very excited for it.
That's something to be excited about.
Oh, dude, the Fallout update and stuff. Oh man, they're joking. A lot of the people here, they're like, "Oh, it's a Fallout channel now," and I'm just like, "Yeah." What?
For the time being.
No, it's good. Like, I got lots of views, which were nice, which was great. But like, I did miss out a bit because the update, like, I wasn't able to secure the day, and like the PlayStation version was glitched, so I didn't get to do a video for the PlayStation one until 2 days after. So like, I think I lost. I kind of did the math on it. I think I lost like 60 to like 80,000 views not getting stuff out right away. So kind of sucked, but it did do good, and it was fun to stream it. I did one regular stream, and then I went right into modding, and it was like, you've modded Fallout, right? Like, to some degree.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets pretty wild. We've got the CBBE mod for like the bodies, and I was doing like Nuke World, and I was kind of like, I don't know how to describe it. I was trying to meet different characters this time. Oh, Piper finally fell in love with me.
Oh, shucks.
I know. It took me becoming a woman to
becoming. You were less threatening then?
Yeah, she finally said she couldn't imagine going anywhere else with anyone else, and I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I've been trying to get this woman to love me for 10 years. And I'm like, oh, we'll give Nora a try, because, well, actually, she's a better voice actor than the dude. Like, the dude does an okay job, but she's actually way funnier. Like, the sarcasm stuff, oh my god, she nails those lines.
I like,
yeah.
I don't know if you've ever done it, but you hang out with Kate, and the way Kate will bug Piper whenever you're switching between the two, it's awesome.
Oh, the little fun. I have the multi-companion, so I don't usually, because when I did it, I was like, ride or die with Piper. But this time I was like, I'm trying to collect all the different companions, so I never interacted with Curry before, or, well, Kate, like, again, you interact with them, like, you see them, but I would not bring them with me, so it'd be like Curry, Kate, and Hancock were my new additions. I did use Dogmeat a bit on my first play, and who was the other person? Garvey or whatever, but I can't stand him because of his settlement stuff.
Yeah.
You're thinking of buying a lightsaber. Kyle Katarn Hilda Green? Ooh. I always wanted to meet a lady that was really into Star Wars and then go to Disneyland and build a lightsaber. Like, have both of us build a lightsaber. And then have us
That'd be
duel
really cool.
with lightsabers.
Someone gets jabbed in the eye.
Oh, come on. That would be a fun story, too. I was this close to one lady that wanted... I was like, you know, my friends, they have broadswords that they, like, fight each other with. Could we get lightsabers? And she was like, yes. And I was like, good. And then, you know, obviously that fucking didn't come together, obviously. But I was like that close. Because, man, that would totally be my jam. I remember... I don't know if you did that as a kid, but you have the plastic lightsabers and you kind of
Oh,
fight
absolutely.
each other.
Everyone was all happy to show off their new lightsabers and that. I had like 3 of them.
Hurts the fingers.
There's always the one kid that didn't have one, so you get whacked really good.
Yeah. But that's when you know you're
But
going
then that
hard.
means you won. Yeah.
But no, like, I thought that was interesting that my friends were like, they're like a married couple. And they're like, oh, we have broadswords and we play around sometimes. And I'm like, fuck, man, that'd be cool, but with lightsabers. I feel like with broadswords, you're likely to lose. Well, I mean, they're probably like plastic or something, but
I would hope, right?
a little bit more dangerous. But no, it was just like the idea of that, but with lightsabers would be so fun. I'd be like, honey, it's time. And I'd be like, you underestimate my power.
Kick off the music.
God. See, wouldn't that be just a blast?
That would be.
Ugh, freaking hell.
I just love, like, I don't know, that rhythm. If you were to be in a room full of guys, you know, that like Star Wars and started hitting some of those notes, that how just everybody knows instantly what you're doing, you know? Like,
I think you kind of missed out on it, though, but, like, when we were with Riley at the bar in our, like, drinking early years, we would sometimes do the, you were my brother, Anakin. You could do, like, the whole thing with a group. Take over.
that's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, anyways, we would do the whole bit. And you'd be able to sit there at the table while you're drinking, being like, you are my brother, Anakin. Fucking funny. Star Wars Theory made his lightsabers. Good for him. The Dune Christ knives. That's true. We gotta move on from Star Wars and get to Dune. Buy one from Theory Sabers. But I think it's more the idea of there's someone. Oh, I get to be Bosk! Yes! Bosk is boss. It's more the idea that you are romantically interested in someone and you go on a romantic trip to Disneyland and then you go to Star Wars Land and you craft a lightsaber. It's an experience, if that makes sense, as opposed to just ordering a lightsaber online. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? Like I said, I think I still maybe even have those. That would be a fun picture thing someday. Bring out my lightsaber, plastic lightsabers, but again, it's the idea, the concept of meeting someone you like and then going out on experience and then, you know, going to this place in Disneyland and making a lightsaber. It's more of a moment attached to it. And my God, those lightsabers I've heard are overpriced as hell, but but you get what I mean, though. It's an experience. Yeah. Oh God.
Something to tell the kids one day.
It is, though, right? Like, it's like, oh, we made these lightsabers. It's a cute little thing. Fuck off, Yoda. I've been waiting. No, I've waited all night to get Bosk.
I never considered how much those lightsabers would be. Dropping $250 on what you could get for 15.
I think it's like 250
like
US.
Toys R Us or something, like, yeah.
But you get to pick the parts, and it's more of the experience of being there and doing that. As silly as that is. And besides, you'd only do it once. You sure as hell wouldn't do that again. They got, like, was it my pal Mitchell there, and his family did like a yearly thing at Disneyland and stuff, and I'm just like, man, that would, like, financially crazy. I just can't Bosk it up. I just can't. God damn it, you and your Dune Christ knife stuff. You got Mace Windu's lightsaber?
You know, that's...
Okay.
Oh.
Don't bring that up again. Okay, so I don't... Have I ever told you the story of my Mace Windu figurine?
No.
Okay, so I was like little... It must have been episode 3 era, so I don't know how old I was. But I had this fucking Mace Windu, and it was one of the action figures. He had like a metal... Like it was a metal quality purple lightsaber. And I'm pretty sure the neighbor kid took it. It pissed me off. Because it was my favorite character. I could never figure it out. I'd look for like days outside. I would look around and be like, did it fall in the grass? Did it fall in the rocks? You know? And I was like... I think months later I realized, I was like, oh my god, the neighbor kid totally took it.
I have a story like that, and funny, it's Star Wars related too. I think I might have told you this. My Republic Commando disc.
Yep.
For the original Xbox, yeah, I had a couple, I think they were like distant cousins or something, come over the one time, and they loved the game so much, and then when they left, I went to go put in Republic Commando, and like, the game was not in the case. And like,
That's
I'm one
worse.
of those guys, like, especially back at, yeah, where I'm one of those guys that like, the game is in, if it's not in the Xbox, it's in the case.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
It doesn't
so,
leave
like,
the
it was
case.
like instantly like, yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna piss off.
Right?
I'm still mad about that though. Because I was like, that was my favorite character with the favorite lightsaber. And I was like, can't replace that.
Especially if it was all like metal and that. It wasn't like little plastics, you know, like.
Yeah, it was like, because all the other lightsabers were like a cheap plastic, but Mace Windu, for whatever reason, had like a metal little one. I was like, because kids' toys these days, they don't have metal in them. Like, I have Transformers from like the 80s and stuff, metal. I have like G.I. Joes and stuff.
Yeah.
They're plastic, but they have like elastics and metal inside of them, and it's like something special about having Mace Windu, but with a metal, like, it was a big thing. Fucking little kid. God. I hate other people, Kevin.
Yeah.
I haven't got... It's been... Revenge of the Sith turns 20 next year. It's probably been 19 years and I haven't gotten over that. I hold grudges. Really badly.
Revenge of the Sith turns 20. That's sad to hear.
Hey man, if they have a re-release of it, we should go watch it. Well, we didn't go see
I would be
Spider-Man.
down. Oh, I didn't even think of that.
It was playing on Monday at 7 o'clock at Chinook.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, and they added an additional showing at 10 o'clock at Chinook, and it's like, come on a Monday?
And yeah, I think it was a weekend.
Like, seriously. And I'm like, it made a lot of money, Spider-Man re-releasing the theaters, but I'm like, Sony, if you did like a proper week showing at multiple theaters, I would have went to all of the stuff, like all the Spider-Man movies. For context, guys, Chinook is like, it's not hard to get to, but it's like 20-something minutes away, and it's, you know, it's like the other end of the city and playing at night, and it's, yeah, it's kind of, it's a little harder to do.
Oh, I couldn't stress it enough. A Monday?
A Monday,
Like,
yeah.
really? Yeah.
It's just dumb.
That's a weekend fun thing, you know.
The digital library reigns supreme. Ah, he's got you there, Kevin. Should have bought a digital copy back in the 2000s.
My 2001 digital copy of Republic Commando.
It'd still be playable, you know, backwards compatibility wise.
Uh,
You put 42 hours into Fallout over this time period? That's crazy.
that's-
Alright, one sec. Let me pop up this guy's Fallout 3 characters. Hey, so he did Andy, Mr. Buckingham, Harold, Wadsworth, Cerberus, Jones, Godfrey, Sawbones, Deputy Steel, Mr. Gutsby Robots, Mr. Handy Robots, and the Enclave Officers.
Wow.
Hot damn. And that's just Fallout 3, right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm pretty excited for this interview. And it's nice to get a dude, because, you know, I just seem to interview women, so it's nice to have, it's nice to have a guy interested.
Shows you got variety.
Yeah. It's very strange, Jason. You seem to interview just exclusively women in their 20s.
Got the DiCaprio theme going on.
Yeah. That would actually be hilarious. You know, you have like a long, illustrious career of interviewing people, like decades long, and they're like, huh, he seems to only interview specifically women under the age of 20.
Didn't you get Arthur? Hello?
Arthur.
From Red Dead.
Oh yeah, but that was at an expo. That doesn't count. I mean, it counts, but it's like it's not the same as like booking an interview and doing it. I've had a few guys. I interviewed the guy who did Miles Morales and the guy who was the pilot in Halo Infinite. So there's been a few dudes, but those have all just been expo appointments, if that makes sense. And I did do Tom Clark Hill. He was the only one that I did that wasn't like an expo thing, and that was the guy who voiced Tony the Tiger for 20 years. And he's the Carl Fairburn in the Sniper Elite series, if you guys didn't know.
Huh. I think I remember his fan.
Great dude. I heard he was a big fan.
Hitler. It's great.
It's great. A big fan of you guys liking the stream. Subscribing is great. Donations cool. Consider becoming a channel member. Channel member gifting, the Patreon option, and the Discord for stream alerts. There's also an Amazon Starfleet link if you're into that. Yeah. No, but like it was weird because I didn't know that he voiced Tony the Tiger, and I was like, huh, he technically voiced Tony the Tiger my whole life. Like, yeah, that's so neat. Because we did. I don't know if you were in soccer when you were a kid, but all those tournaments were like Kellogg's sponsored and stuff. So like, it was a big thing with Tony the Tiger and that. Anyways, yeah, it was kind of neat. You get to see some men. I know there's just not enough men on the channel. The best Star Wars character is Spock. Yep, it's true. It really.
When Han Solo was like, "Beam me up, Scotty."
Yeah, it was really heartbreaking. When Anakin was sitting there looking at Spock through the glass, and Spock was like, "We got a mind meld," and then Anakin was like,
"We got a
Anakin was like, "God."
Greatest lightsaber fight was between Kirk and Evil Kirk.
It's time to witness the full power of the dark side. What do you mean? Oh god. You guys fucking kill me. The voice of the Kool-Aid guy? That'd actually be pretty cool. I mean, you kind of only get to interview typically things that are like relevant, because it's mostly about actors. It's mostly about them promoting themselves and getting their voice and stuff out and kind of getting people to know them. So it's like you typically only get interviews right when something is out and launched, or if there's like a big update, or like there's got to be like a reason. You can't just, like, I mean, you could if you're large enough, but most of the time people don't care to do interviews about older things. But it's just like Fallout's kind of hot right now, so. And I guess this guy just says he genuinely likes the role of Nick Valentine and likes talking about him, so I was like, oh, okay. He might not even be aware there's like a big update or anything out. I guess I'll have to ask
He
him.
likes Nick Valentine. I would be shocked if he honestly had no clue.
I mean, if you do a voice 10 years ago and they do an update to the game, I'm not sure you would... Would you care? Like, if you weren't into games at all, would you even... know?
If I was a fan of the series, I get what you're saying.
Like, let's say, you know, he's a big name in Fallout. He voices the robots and everything. But, like, you come in, you do a voice role, you go blah, 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 everybody loves him, cool. And then you just move on, right? You don't really think of it. Because, God, they had, was that Gina Carano lady that did, you know, in The Mandalorian, she was the...
Yeah.
Cara Dune or whatever. She was at the expo, and man, that woman does not know anything about pop culture.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she just wanted to talk about her fighting, because she's an MMA fighter, or was.
Oh, that's all she wanted to talk about, was her now dead career, basically.
It was like 20-something minutes about fighting. There's a really scary guy that came up to do a question. He's like, do you miss the anticipation of punching people in the face, or something like that, or getting punched in the face? And I was just like, what the fuck? Somebody do a check on that guy, and you should...
So
that's kind of the vibe I was getting.
everyone in the crowd talk about Star Wars.
I was sitting there because I'm like, okay, we'll cover this panel, and it was just like, yeah, it was that, and her horse ranch, and how she wasn't treated fairly. Yeah.
Oh, she went on to that.
Yeah. Yeah, she's like, oh, I don't want to talk about it, but I was just like, oh. It was a terrible panel. I genuinely, I left early because it was so bad, but like, some people were asking about, oh, you know, if there was a DC character, what would you be interested in? And she obviously does not know or care at all about. And like, it doesn't matter that you don't care about that stuff, but like, if you're going to those kind of events, you think you do like a little bit of a checkup just so that you could answer basic questions.
Like, sound relevant or something? Yeah, I think that's so funny to go there and then talk about like
MMA.
Your mixed martial arts, career, like.
I was at least hoping to hear more about Star Wars, because, you know, she did Star Wars. You're excited for the Nick Valentine guy? So am I. So am I. I don't know, it's just kind of weird, because it's like, you know, you can come in and you can talk about whatever you want, but she just, like, it seemed like a really weird pick, because I think they were just trying to get people there because they had so many cancellations and stuff. And I was just like, this is such a weird individual to choose, because she just really didn't seem like she cared at all. It was really odd, because like the poor guy that plays Cal in the Star Wars games, you know, Jedi Fallen Order, and yeah, he played the Joker and stuff before. Poor guy, they wouldn't stop hounding him about ponchos.
Really?
There's like 6 because in the video game he's got a poncho, so that's like the big joke. But there was like 6 questions about his poncho. And you could tell the guy was just...
Was he not receiving them well, or...?
He was just... You could tell he was tired of it. He was a great sport, though. He answered... Because, you know, some of the stuff's like little kids coming up. But you could tell that this... Because the first question was like about how Tron... He's in Tron Ares, the upcoming Tron movie. And he's like... Yeah. Oh, I really love how the technology and how the technology's changed between Trons. He's like really passionate about the technical elements of the... Like, you know, he really went into it. And then it's like question after question about ponchos. And he's like, yeah, I mean, I like this poncho. And... But you could tell he was passionate about talking about, you know, film and the process behind it.
He had neat thoughts on things.
Yeah, genuinely. And then it's just like poncho after poncho. And he's just... He was a good sport, though, but you could tell, like, man, that guy probably gets... just constantly bothered about stupid poncho questions. Yeah, it's like probably like Harrison Ford getting asked about Star Wars, and he's just like, ah, fuck off.
Greatest quote ever. I don't care.
Well, he probably doesn't. You know, like, he's had an illustrious career with, like, great performances, and it's just like... You know, leave him alone about Star Wars. I can see that being a thing. Original trilogy supremacy? Well, we search for all, and you get what you get, man. You know, you kind of get what you get.
The original, though, as much as I love the original trilogy, they don't have the space combat. You just finish the battle on the ground.
Is the space combat really that fulfilling, though?
No, it's... you know what? I don't know. For some reason, it's part of this mode to me.
I find if you have a really good back and forth on the ground war, the space stuff's pretty neat. But like some of these matches, we've had matches drag on for like hours, and it's like,
But it's the war.
I don't know. It just kind of goes on and on. I think a lot of actors have podcasts and stuff.
I think a lot of people have podcasts.
I think they really do. I mean, it's the in thing, right? Or, I don't know if it's as in right now, but, yeah, it's pretty popular and stuff. For quite a while, it's been the podcast thing, and everyone is trying to throw one together. I mean, podcasts are really easy. It's like old school radio, right? You just go and talk.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, theoretically, these streams, we could probably... cut out the gameplay sound and just release some podcast bits, but on Hoth. On Hoth they do. Yeah, there's, you know what, he's got you there, Kevin. There's a couple maps that have...
Oh, they do on Hoth? I didn't know that.
No, the original trilogy doesn't. You're thinking... I think the sequel trilogy does space, doesn't it? And it's not the original trilogy. Does Hoth have one? No, they... I think Hoth just
I don't
ends.
believe they do. I'm pretty sure they all just end. If Hoth does, then I genuinely don't remember it.
I don't think so. Hoth's a
So
beautiful
I know,
level.
like, Yavin, it just ends.
Yeah, it just ends. I think you're right, Kevin. I don't think Hoth does an ending thing. It's been a long time. Like I said, you only get one of these streams during Christmas, and you know, one of these right now, right? They should call it coldest. Lol. Alrighty. So are we losing? Yeah.
Yes. At least the Separatist ship, you can kind of hold it. The Republic ship, you're probably doomed.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally get that. I think we're gonna lose this. Well, actually, to me, it's better that the ship battles don't go on and on if we're playing on like a boring planet. Yeah.
Well, what's your favorite world?
Felucia.
Felucia.
Yeah. It to me, that's the most exotic alien type planet we have in this game. By the way, what one do you prefer?
I was gonna say I like Kamino.
Really?
Felucia's actually pretty good. I like Kashyyyk. I never played Kashyyyk.
Kashyyyk's beautiful.
You don't like Kamino?
That's fucking boring.
Really? The only one I don't like is Geonosis, and that's because it's
Oh,
like
God.
so overdone.
That's my problem with Kamino, is I find that one pops up way too often. And I find it just boring because it's just rain. Like, I like rain in video games, but it's because of the platform design. I just find it so mundane. That's funny. Hoth is gorgeous. I like Hoth quite a bit. But Felucia, yeah, I love that map because it's got such an exotic sci-fi type look to it. And
It is the I like what you said. It is the most alien.
yeah,
You know.
it feels like a
Actually,
wild place. And a lot of these other maps, like Kashyyyk, kind of feels like that, but it's just like another tree planet, and you know, like Geonosis is just.
Wait, there's a
dust bowl.
Naboo, isn't it?
There's Naboo, but Naboo's
Is there
just a
Naboo?
city.
I do like Naboo. I don't know, something about urban warfare.
Urban warfare, yeah, it's nice looking, but I think that one I don't like as much because it was in the beta. Play it so much in the beta. At least they got rid of the
Million
doves.
doves.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the doves.
there we go.
It was like what was the joke? A John Woo movie?
Yeah.
Fucking doves flopping out everywhere. Where do they all come from? You cook your eggs in the microwave. No, you don't. No, you don't.
No.
Eggs in the microwave.
Eggs are like the easiest thing to make.
Why would you egg? You know what I'm really loving is air frying.
Oh, air frying? That is okay. I could go on about air frying, but that's the shit, dude.
I never could stomach fish before. Like you have those fish where it's kind of like, you know, it's not like fish that you would buy like salmon or something, but like fish that you would like kind of bake in like the oven and stuff, like that kind of fish. I couldn't, like, I hated it before, but now that I'm air frying it, I'm like, oh my god, this is great. And Mexi fries taste better, and fries taste better, and everything seems to taste better.
I know, like, if you get fried chicken from anywhere, or fry it yourself, and you re-throw it in the air fryer, yeah, it's, like, just as good.
I don't know why it's so... I think it's because when it's in the oven, it sits in its, like, own grease and stuff, all this food, but the air dryer, like, prevents that. And it's amazing.
And I love it how it's, like, really, obviously, I'm always in the room when cooking. I don't like leaving because fires and that, but it's very set it and forget it.
Oh, the air fryer is way more than, like, an oven or something. Yeah. Air fryers rule. They really do. Like, seriously, it's been a big innovation. I think the big cooking innovations in my life were first the crock pot, and now the air fryer. Life-changing. Well, the crock pot, you know, the slow cooker, right? Yeah. I love slow cooking stuff. There's like certain foods where I'm like, I would rather slow cook this or I would rather air fry this. Cooking is so fascinating. Because it sounds like such a simple thing. It's like, oh, you just take this and you cook it. But like, there's so much more to it.
You know, people can mess stuff up.
Yeah. And then the way we cook is different than our pal who's a chef. Like, he's going to cook at another level compared to us. And I'm just like, that stuff's way more imaginative than what I do. But for me, it's like the quality of life improvement going from like you know, something to something else is just like, wow, this air fryer.
Our buddy cooks really good, but like it's funny. I'll get into little debates with him where he'll just tell me that I'm wrong, and it's like, no, that's fair. You know, like you're the main chef. Like
This is your job. You know
who
what?
am I to argue? But
I've
there's
never
certain
had anything
things
he's
that is,
cooked
like,
before.
I don't believe it. Oh really? Oh, we got to get you over for like opening night of football.
Oh,
the
yeah.
last couple times he's hosted it. Oh man, we were sitting there, and we were okay. Funny story. We were just getting wasted. I went and bought beers. He bought beers. Our other buddy bought beers. Like we're all sitting there drinking, and he's cooking the whole time. He makes us the full breakfast, the bacon, eggs, everything to start. Oh, for real, dude. I kid you not. And then he makes like a little like homemade pizza for lunch. And then he's making wings. And there was the big thing that the Cowboys played, and Cowboys almost always have an excellent start to the season.
Never pans out there.
But yeah, I watched. Yeah, it never pans out. That's where I just a side joke. When the Leafs lost, I was looking at the comments because I love trolls. And the one guy's like, "Oh, they're the Cowboys of Canada," and I was like, "Oh, like yeah."
I think worse.
Right? Well, the Cowboys end up smoking their game, and then it gets to the Vikings, and as he's making us wings, the Vikings start losing, and they get smoked, and we're laughing at like, oh hey, thanks for the food, dude. You know, like as he's cooking for us, and he's the only one losing.
Oh,
Yeah,
you can kill him. I like this map. Scarif.
yeah, this map's alright.
The only problem I have though is this was a Battlefront 1 map, so they lazily ported it into this one, but I do like this level. From like a look standpoint. The real shame is they never ported any of the Bespin maps. I don't know what did you play. You played the DLC, right? We used to do the Death Star run.
Yeah.
But the Bespin maps were gorgeous.
Those maps were gorgeous. I almost
Jabba's Palace was
it
decent.
would be neat if they ported the classic maps. I know they did the classic yada yada, but like it would have been neat to have gotten one of those in this game.
Yeah, I get you. They're large enough yet.
Do you think we'll ever get another Battlefront game?
Someone will reboot it eventually. Disney will have a bad streak at some point in their history and get desperate, and their licensing will get cheap enough, and another company will come in and take another crack at it.
Is that funny? We gotta hope for Disney to fail to get another game.
I find that in life, a lot of you getting success is someone else or something else failing, and you just gotta accept that. That's what I've learned, though, is the only way I really benefit from things is people failing at things.
Well, Disney's funny. When you did Baldur's Gate 3, did you fight Raphael?
The devil?
Yeah.
No. I don't mess with that, dude.
Oh, no. You never fought him?
Why would you?
Because it was like the coolest fight in the game and the theme song? Can I spoil it for you?
Go ahead, I guess, yeah.
Okay, when you go to fight him, like, oh god, I gotta know what ending you did. What did you do? Okay.
I tried
I was doing
for 3 hours at 3 or 4 in the morning to win against the giant thing, and I couldn't. I just let Gale just, you know, do his thing. But we won't spoil the ending for anyone in case they haven't played it yet. Because I think Valan's still waiting on that physical copy.
Yeah.
But
you galed it.
I galed it. Just because it was like literally,
No way.
I think it was like 7 or 8 in the morning. I was just like, I can't.
That's funny. Because it's like, I love that joke that it's the mid-game ending. Especially when you see the thing.
Yeah.
Or whatever, because you can do that early. Yeah. But, okay, so I went full paladin. I was not accepting any deals with anybody. I was going to destroy the thing and the thing it's wearing and yada, 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 you know. And that led me to fighting Raphael. And you would, oh my god, you would appreciate it so much, dude. It's right up your avenue. But when you start fighting, this awesome song starts playing. There's this chick singing, "Oh Mortal Lives." And Raphael starts singing the battle song. And it's canon that it's him singing it. Because if you cast silence on him, he stops singing.
Huh.
Yeah, it is so awesome.
He's singing the battle song.
Yeah, he sings his battle song when you're fighting him, and it is just brilliant, dude. It is awesome. Oh, you loved it. But like, I was laughing because
Vaylander in the chat, he's like, I'm muting all these spoilers.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm so sorry. Like, hopefully this isn't.
Just finish your tangent.
Okay. But anyways, it's absolutely marvelous, and I went through and I re-listened to it. I'm not a big like cheesy song guy. I'm not big on musicals and that, but there's just something glorious about this song, and it makes me smile still. And I was reading the comments, and everyone in like the comments, even too, is like joking that like this was a better Disney villain moment than Disney produces. Like, it's awesome. Anyways.
God, I was watching. I don't know which stream it was, but for whatever reason, it was on TV while I was doing something else. It was very cringy. Have you watched the recent Scream movies?
No, but I guarantee my gal has. But
yeah, there was one with like the new gals, and it was like this family. I can't. I don't think I can spoil this because I literally do. Like I only kind of caught that part of it. It was like this family reveal of them being the thing, and it was just like the acting and stuff. And I was like, this is so cringe. It was like so badly done. I was like, ugh. You talk about villain reveals.
That's funny. Well, like, I'm just gonna say it about horror movies. A lot of them are so bad, dude.
Oh yeah, definitely.
The acting is generally bad, and I hate
why?
Horror stories.
They're
why? Because they're cheap. No, that's fair.
They're cheap. You get no-name actors, and it's more the premise of the horror movie that sells the horror movie, as opposed to like, you know, anything else past that. You got the PS Portal. Oh, congrats! I got your likes on the stream. Subscribing's great, donation's cool. Be the channel member you want to be. There's channel member gifting for thee and the Patreon option. Also Discord for stream alerts if you're into that kind of thing. And an Amazon store affiliate link too. Gotcha. Yeah, the PS Portal. I don't get that one. I don't get it. To me, it's kind of pointless because you have to be at home to use it. Yeah, I don't know. A good tip, Kevin, on this map: just play the Death Trooper.
Yeah.
You just, especially on the side, the Death Trooper just like annihilates. Oh, fucking Yoda. If you didn't know, like I usually tear it up and I just use the Death Trooper like over and over and over again.
Give him a shot.
I'll give it a shot. Whoa. So yeah, I'm third, but I kind of forgot about the Death Trooper part. But yeah, you just rock the Death Trooper and you can just like smoke people. The very powerful clone. Yeah, we really go off on tangents. This all started talking about the weird twist of 2019 going haywire halfway through, but yeah, Star Wars. I wish it was still fun to go and like be interested in it.
And nothing's filled that void.
No.
I will say, like, a part of my childhood excitement in a franchise died. And like I haven't like Dune's interesting. I like that as a kid though. Like my parents show
you were into Dune as a kid. That's interesting.
That. Well, like not hugely, but like I appreciated it. Like I've seen the movie, and I remember there was the old Dune strategy game. Oh god,
that's old.
One of the old consoles. Yeah, but I remember playing that, so like it was neat. But like, no sci-fi movie has come out that has replaced
Star Wars.
The wonder and enjoyment of Star Wars. Yeah, and like Star Wars, I've actually sat down a couple times since and watched the 6 movies that I enjoy. But it's just like it's empty now. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've talked about it before. I don't even mention I'm a fan half the time people talk about Star Wars because I hate the, oh, well, do you like this? Oh, everybody hates this. And it's like, I just don't care.
Yeah, I'm very indifferent nowadays. It comes up a lot on streams because people talk about it. I quote old Star Wars stuff, but like, yeah, I'm really, the franchise overall, very indifferent towards it these days. Which is sad. I don't know what happened. I was kind of assuming, there was a point where I was excited that we were going to have like an annualized Christmas movie would be Star Wars every year, and I'm just like, oh, no thanks. Because like the last one we got was in 2019, right? The last Star Wars movie, and I can't say I'm looking forward to any future ones. It's been like 5 years, right? Like,
What was the last one?
Episode 9.
Oh wow. Okay. That was 2019.
Yep.
That's insane.
It's a cap off to quite a year.
I've watched all the Mandalorian seasons because they're interesting. That I will admit, I've watched those ones.
I felt it tipped off really badly in season 2, and I haven't come back.
That's interesting.
I won't watch any of the other
do
stuff.
think it's hilarious when they were talking that the most recognizable Star Wars character now of the franchise is Grogu. I was like, oh god.
That's bad.
Right? All the marketing.
Yeah, that burned it out. Oh, here we go. Becky has interjected here. Luke Skywalker she's got to interject here, Kevin.
Oh, jeez. Oh, no. Don't listen. I'm joking.
It would actually be more funny if she just hot mic'd at one point. I'm interjecting.
That's hilarious. Yeah.
Luke Skywalker
Kevin sucks.
is
He's wrong about this.
the OP character of the series and Legends continuity. He used the power of a black hole to kill an entity that was a... Okay, there's that stupid heart thing on the chat. A god of the Force?
Oh.
A good of the Force? I can't see what it says.
Oh, yeah, okay. She's always on about the Legends series.
She's always on about... Yeah, she's always got to talk
yeah.
about Star Wars Legends.
Oh, I know, because she like looked up the whole story. I think she even read a little bit of it, but like it's a good story. She's explained it to me. It's not bad, and it's even referenced in like the Old Republic, which I thought was so neat. Because I'm gonna mess up their name, but the Yuuzhan Vong or something like that. But they literally come from another galaxy. They use all biological tech, so like all their ships are like living creatures, and they're coming to fight a super war and like basically kill the entire galaxy. And the whole plot is that like Palpatine saw this in the Force.
He was building
that's why
up
he
to
built
it,
the
yeah.
Empire. Yeah, it's a Fallout 3 story. A Fable 3 story.
Fable 3 story.
Mara Jade. Yeah, literally Fable 3 story.
Mara Jade.
Great. But like, and it's good. But oh yeah, sorry, the Old Republic game. What's his name? Cassius? Oh god. Anyways, the Mandalorian guy you hang out with talks about like during the Mandalorian Wars, they were flying around and they ended up shooting at this meteor, and this creature popped out of it, and it looked like a weird squid thing, and it zoomed out at like hyperspace. So they tried following it and went to the void of space, and it went out there. And he was talking that like he couldn't believe anything would do that because what would go out there? There's nothing. And that's a reference to the Legends lore of that was one of their scout ships that they shot at.
What is the context of her interjection, though?
I have no clue.
Like, I'm looking at the chat here, and I'm like, how as good is your aim as a Stormtrooper?
My set.
Well, I'm a Death Trooper, so it's God tier. But why did she randomly interject that? I don't understand the context of...
She heard Star Wars, and the urge to talk about Legends manifested, you know.
Okay, because I was just sitting there, I'm looking at the comments, I'm like, I don't think anybody brought that up. Canderous is the character, I'm being told here, Kevin.
Canderous, that's it. Yeah, awesome.
I just was wondering where this desire to interject came from. I was like, did we say something that brought this on? She just jumped in, she's like, well, I've got to talk about this.
I'm sure on her deathbed, she'll be like, Legends was supposed to be...
I'm just always mad that Mara Jade got, left out and stuff. And I think they had a better storyline than what we ended up with, with the kids and them cycling through the Force and everything too. And missed opportunity. Missed opportunity.
Oh, okay. So the introduction is the poll that she thinks Luke is the most powerful.
Oh, she's talking about the poll and the chat.
Yeah, the poll.
We don't take the polls seriously. A lot of people do though, but I don't take this seriously. Yeah. She thinks that's more powerful than Master Chief's forceful rear end.
Exactly. Like it's just some people are wrong. Dude.
Has she witnessed Master Chief's ass? She watched the Halo show with you, right? She saw what Master Chief was back in.
I actually never finished the second season. I got halfway through it and stopped. How'd it go?
I gave up because they didn't send them to screen.
Oh, really? Okay.
And now
It was
I have
neat,
no intention of watching any more of it because the Fallout show was just so good that I'm just like retroactively looking at the Halo show as being even worse.
Well, that's the funny thing with the Fallout show. I finished it in like
A day?
what was it, 2-3 days? Yeah.
I mowed right through that. I mean, I had to review it, but like it was.
That's where I was so disappointed. I even remember watching it with my family, and when we finished the series, my old man was like, "So when's the next one?" I was like, "Oh, it's got to be like a year plus. Like it just came out." He's like, "Really? They're gonna?" Yeah. Well, he was talking that like, "Really? Like you're gonna drop this gold on me, and then that's it? 8 episodes?"
That's TV now, though, right?
That's just funny.
It's not like how it was when we grew up. You know, where you, like House, you get like 24-hour-long, episodes in a season. That's just not like TV like that doesn't exist these days, sadly.
I do wish it was a week, like dropped every week.
I loved binging that through.
Really?
I loved it.
Man.
I think it worked too because that's the second biggest not Netflix, Amazon thing ever. I've had regular people that I know of that I've run into recently bring that up to me. That they loved it. Like I'm not, like in conversation, it's not me going, "Oh, did you watch the Fallout show?" As like a gaming person I am, or blah blah blah. But like regular people that you wouldn't think would like even care about Fallout were like, "Did you see that Fallout show, Chase? It was so good." And I was like, "Oh, yeah, it was great." At like multiple people, like regular people, Kevin, that don't care about video, like adults, like you know what I mean, like common folk, right?
You commented.
Yeah, bring it up to me. There was, what the hell was it? It was Mitchell's family's brother's wife or something. I ran into the convention, the expo, and they were talking to me. They're like, "Oh, Jason." I was like, "Oh, hi. I was expecting you." And she's just like randomly, she's like, "Did you watch the Fallout show?" I was like, "Yeah, I did." But I just thought it was neat that it was like someone that, totally out of conversation of everything was just like talking about the show.
No, I get it. I snapped it. I just like with my Snapchat, my little streaks or whatever. But I like to everybody, and I have my one buddy, my DayZ friend. And he's like, other than us playing DayZ, all we talk is sports. Like I totally get what you're saying. He's not into that kind of stuff, but he was like, "Oh, that Fallout show, it's really good." And I was like, "Oh, like that's me. That's so cool."
It's interesting. We are getting our asses kicked here. And we have the Death Troopers. I don't understand this. The Death Troopers coming in. No, I just thought it was really interesting that it was like the zeitgeist of it is it's like hitting people that would have never even heard of Fallout before watching the show and really liking it. And that's where retroactively I'm looking at that Halo show and I'm like, why couldn't Halo have been that for Halo? You know what I mean? Where it's so exciting, where people are like, "Oh, I'm going back to play the games," or "Oh, it's drawing in people that, don't care about Halo." And it's rough. It's rough being a Halo fan, guys. It's like liking the Leafs.
Who do you think has it worse?
Who has it worse? Well,
yeah.
At least they haven't won since '67, so I think that's maybe worse. At least their word.
Halo fans got some wins. So.
Yeah, I mean, there was a good Halo game 18 years ago, and, kind of coasting off of that. There'll be a good one again, maybe, someday. The Vong? Yeah, the Vong. Even Todd Howard loved it. Well, I mean, he made it, right?
Oh, okay. I actually glad I get to mention this because I was joking with the gal because she was like going on about the mysterious stranger and how he's like, on all these random like theory videos, but like I don't disagree with that. He's like this weird ghostly entity of the universe, which yeah, sure. And she was joking that it would be so cool to see it in the Fallout universe, and I was talking. You know what I think would be hilarious is if the mysterious stranger showed up at some point,
It's Tom.
and it was Tom Holland. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Secretly trying to destroy Xbox from the inside. Who's secretly trying to destroy Xbox from the inside? It's not a conspiracy. It's like Phil Spencer's just burning to the ground. Well, the funny thing was, and I did my hot take on the Twitter the other day, the marketing guy for Xbox for 10 years, you know, since the Xbox One came out, basically, this, is it Greenberg or whatever? He's like, he announced on Twitter, he's like, we just did the marketing setup for Hellblade. We're good to go with, you know, TV reels and blah, 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 and I was just like, isn't that just your job? Like, why are you announcing this? And it's like, why aren't you doing this earlier? I was like, it's gotten really bad when Xbox's like marketing person has to announce they're actually going to market one of their games, because that should just be like, you know, fucking automatic.
That's what you're doing.
It's just his job. Like, you know, Becca's going on and on about ranting about Legends, a Song of Fire and Ice geography, fanfic of Dexter New Blood. That ending was such a bummer for that show. The mysterious stranger all but confirmed to be Lovecraftian? Or is that someone's headcanon? I don't know. You tell me, Becca.
Oh, for real.
You tell me. I don't know. You're the one spouting this conspiracy stuff.
I don't know, because, like, she showed me one video of, like, the mannequins in Fallout and like this whole thing like going on. Yeah, the whole thing going on about them like possibly being alive.
Oh my god.
And I was like, oh my god. I was like, no, they're not. You know, like
this is one of those YouTube videos trying to get like views and stuff.
Something like that. It was just silly, and I was like, okay, like whatever.
And then it's actually revealed in the 3rd season that yes, the mannequins were alive the whole time.
Yeah, are alive.
That would be funny. It'd be like, got you, Kevin.
And then that guy's claim to fame is like, oh, hey, I guessed it.
Yeah, and then she'd run into the room and be like, see, Kevin, the videos weren't a joke.
Don't you feel dumb?
It's not a conspiracy.
Right.
I love that. And then the Star Wars lore, if there was like a YouTube for Star Wars, and there are like all these videos about how Palpatine was really the Sith the whole time. And everyone's just like, yeah, okay, yeah, right. And Palpatine leaves them up because it, like, you know, makes it seem like you could be against the Empire and stuff. And fuck.
That was a good era for, like, cinema and TV watching. Like, the Game of Thrones, Star Wars was included, but the Marvel era of, like,
that was
guessing
fun.
What was going to happen, that was fun.
Marvel's one I really don't care about. Oh, and it's official now because Deadline, they did their yearly box office tallies. The Marvels is officially the #1 bomb of all time.
Really?
Of all time.
And not just Marvel, but like
all
time,
movies.
All time.
It lost the most money out of any movie in existence. It beat John Carter.
It beat John Carter. Wow.
Yeah, the #1 bomb of all time.
So they gotta kind of catch on to that.
Yeah.
You would think, right?
I mean, how do you go from one of the most successful movies, like the Marvel, or Captain Marvel, to like that? They're also the biggest drop-off between a first entry and a sequel ever. And
that's hilarious.
Yeah, if I was Marvel, I'd be sweating right now. Like, that's scary, man.
I think maybe they should just give it a break for a while.
They can't.
Like,
too much money on the table.
It's so funny. Then it's an industry that if they are
the whole movie
not
industry
going
is
to
dying.
give it a rest because there's too much. Oh, it's funny. Yeah, like they're gonna run it to the ground to someone else.
Yeah, like there's a fatigue for Marvel stuff. There definitely is. We're seeing it in the cinema, but like people don't go to watch movies anymore. The movie industry is collapsing, and the other thing too is like I think a lot of industries are kind of in collapse or early collapse because people don't have fucking money right now.
Yeah.
Like life is like I don't know if you go to like the store and stuff like that, but prices on things are jumping. Not just jumping by like $1, but like $3, $4. Like I'd love to go to this one bar, and their pint jumped up $4.
Yeah.
Like it used to be $8 for like a pint. Now it's 11 something. And I was just
No,
like,
the whole thing's ridiculous.
oh
Like, I
my
don't know how much you want to
god.
go into it, but just like my rent. No, I totally get what you mean. Food prices to go out and
Living.
do anything.
It's too expensive to go and do
Yeah,
stuff. And people don't
it's
understand that these
yeah,
companies, they go, well, why aren't people going and going at restaurants? Why aren't they buying things? Why aren't they consuming games and stuff? It's because it's like they can't afford to live. It's like a trickless system, right? Like if you can't afford your rent, you cut back on
yeah,
other stuff. And if you can't afford good food, you're not going to be able to afford to go out and eat places. And these experiences, when you do go out, when you do spend your money, have to be excellent. Otherwise, it's just a waste of your time. That's the same thing for movies. People will go to the movie theater, but they have to be special movies.
yeah.
They have to be event movies.
Well, it's funny. I could totally see some big theatrical guy being like, "Oh my god!" But the last movie I got my dad to go to with like the whole family was Endgame, and I even told him that like, "Hey, like that's the last time I got you to go to a movie with me, man." And he was like, "Well, because that one was worth seeing."
That one was worth seeing. But that's become
Yeah,
the attitude too
like,
during COVID. Is it's like you have to have like the greatest of the greatest movies. Like for example, The Fall Guy right now is in theaters this weekend. And it may sound weird because I know a lot of people, obviously no one has any interest in it because it's bombing right now. But this is a very well reviewed movie. It's like, I think it's like 77 or something on Metacritic. And it's like 80 on Rotten Tomatoes. Well reviewed. They've got Ryan Gosling coming off of Barbie and stuff like that as the lead man. And then it's got, oh God, what's her name? The Krasinski's wife, the Emily Blunt. So it's a romance movie between those two, and it's an action comedy romance movie. Well reviewed, well liked, good word of mouth, and people don't care at all.
well, it's funny because like just because nowadays, if a movie's not doing well in the theaters, doesn't even necessarily mean it's not a good movie, right? Like,
Yeah, but like a movie like that 10 or 15 years ago would have easily, made back its money, right? And now it's kind of like, I think a lot of people too. I was sitting there because Universal has this window where if it doesn't make X amount of dollars, in 17 days it gets on streaming. Because I was going to go on Tuesday to watch it on a cheaper day. I was like, oh, I kind of want to watch this. It looks fun, looks entertaining. Apparently the trailer in the US was really bad and people hated it because of that, I guess. I don't know. But like, and I was sitting there being like, well, I could spend money and go out of my way to go watch this. Or if it does bad enough, I could just watch it on streaming in another week. So like, why bother?
yeah.
And that in itself is bad. Oh god. But it's not bad, guys? Liking the stream.
Liking the stream? Alright.
Subscribing is great. Donations cool. Consider becoming channel member gifted. The Patreon option, the Discord for stream alerts, and the Amazon Starfleet link. Becky is still fighting about, the grain of salt, she's fighting for the mannequin video. He leaned into some of them being synths. Hey, that makes more sense to me.
The best part of the whole thing was that he referenced something in Fallout 4, if it's there. I never noticed it, but he was talking that there's one instance where there's a synth hiding as a mannequin, and if you acknowledge it, it starts to shoot at you. And that's actually really cool.
Okay, so the
that's not
synth
some
angle,
supernatural thing.
I can understand.
Yeah.
I don't know if they would do that in a Fallout show, would they? You'd have to dedicate like a whole season to being like, who's real, who's... Because like in Fallout 4, I don't know if people really ever get that, but it's a legitimate panic among the people in the Commonwealth. Who's real, who's not. Like, it's a very talked about thing.
Yeah.
Like, I think the story kind of glosses it over too, but if you're actually listening to like what Piper's saying, what people are saying in Diamond City and stuff, like, they're horrified. It's like an invasion of the body snatchers there.
Yeah. That'd be interesting. You didn't know till your wife was dead or something like that. And,
well, if they do it right, you wouldn't know.
It's a synthetic part, like, whoa.
She could be a synth the whole time. See, that was the big part of that they kind of missed on in Marvel. What was it? Secret Invasion. I think they ruined that story arc. Because there's a really cool arc in the Marvel comics, which they kind of pissed all over in the TV show and stuff, is the idea of, like, who is the, what are they called? I can't even think of it right now. But you know, they were in Captain Marvel and stuff. You know, they shapeshift and they look like humans.
Oh, what the Kree or
Not
something like
the
that?
ones that the Kree kill. And, I don't know.
Uh,
Sure, somebody knows. They'll correct me in the chat. They always do. But like the idea of that in Marvel is like, okay, well, what hero is what? And it's like, oh, we thought it was Thor this whole time, but it was actually. And if you do that right, it can be really, really cool.
yeah.
You can be like, who's actually like this person? Who's that person? You know, do we believe that this person is who they say they are? And if you do that right, it can be really, really fucking interesting. But you got to set it up right, and yeah, they kind of didn't do that. But that's kind of, again, in the thing in Fallout 4, like, you listen to a lot of the people in there, and they're terrified, because you don't know who's a real person, who's a synth. You know, they're just, like, they're doing, like, you know, because they have the Salem witch area, right? It's kind of like a play into that, where they're sort of, you know, trialing. It's like the town, like, wanting to scourge people up because they don't think they're real people, and it's really interesting. But kind of
That's so funny. It's the two, like, the bad guys are like, oh, we are going to replace everyone, but the good concept of it is like, oh, these will help
society
rebuild the world, you know, yeah.
Yeah. Let's try not to spoil Fallout too much, though. Just because it has all of a sudden become popular. It's cool. I've had several people that, like, I think are regulars here too, come and tell me that they're playing Fallout 4 for the first time, and I was like, it's so good. I guess people didn't like Fallout 4. Was the wording? I was kind of like, oh, I've always enjoyed that one.
It was, I didn't mind it, but I didn't like it. It's my least favorite out of the first-person Fallouts.
Yeah, that's fair too, but like I guess a lot of people just downright hated it. And I was just like, oh, I always like thought it was, for me, I loved it. It's great, but like a lot of people I kind of assumed were just kind of like, it's not my favorite, but yeah, I guess because some people are like, oh, it's like retroactive, where people are acting like Fallout 4 was a good game or something, and I'm like, what?
That's fine. I wouldn't say it was a horrible game, though. It was my least
How about the
favorite
Leafs?
out of the
Oh,
three.
Crane.
Oh, that's
Oh,
awesome.
Crane. Oh, you. Aren't you from Toronto, Crane, or around that area? We talked about that. That was... yeah, we talked about that.
It was a very Leaf thing to do.
Yeah, I didn't... I was a little... I felt a little crappy tonight because of that, how that turned out. I was just like, no... It's like I could have went and did something else, could have went for a walk or something, and I was like, oh, I'm watching the Leafs game, and I'm just like, fuck, did they disappoint me? Because I liked when I was a kid, I really liked the Leafs. Like, I kind of was a Capitals fan in like 2004 onwards, but before that, I liked the Leafs, and you know, like Matt Sundin and Belfour and stuff. I really liked that team, so I'm always hoping for you know, someday win, and you know, yeah.
I get it. Like, the Leafs are big city Canada. Like,
They
let's be
are,
for real. You know? Yeah, so, like...
They're our biggest
they're
sports team, I think,
but,
right?
Yeah. And, like, I don't know. They're interesting, right? Like... But I knew it was going to happen. It just felt like... It was such a Leafs thing to do.
It was. Oh, Becky is correcting us. It's the Skrulls.
Oh, the Skrulls.
And she's complaining that you're making her look like a Fallout flat earther.
That's awesome.
Play Fallout and watch stream. That's the way to go. She's talking about Yorkshire for some reason. I don't know what that has to do with anything. How is the lightsaber mod 200 megabytes? You get a lot of lightsabers. And Fallout dropped. That's all you play for like a year and a half. I think that's what's gonna happen with Starfield though too. Is like people are just acting like they hate it, and then like a year or two from now, people will be like, "That Starfield was amazing." Yeah.
It just needs more games.
Oh, you're from
Like,
Manitoba? Sorry, Crane. Who jumps in on here that's from Toronto? Believe it or not, you need to cut me some slack on this. It's really hard keeping up where everyone is from, alongside knowing who everyone is.
I mean, you can't memorize 100 like big fans. No.
I think I'm almost at like 109,000 subs, and I don't interact with all of them throughout the day, but it's like there's like a lot of people. Like a lot of people. I mean, I try my best, but like, you know, I have memory limits. Just leave me be. I just want to get up and have a beer and a pizza pop and do my stuff.
It's a simple request.
I live a simple life. I'm someone in the housing market where I hate it and it makes me depressed, but at least I got my pizza pop and beer when I wake up. Oh god, I went to Mahogany for breakfast the other day.
Yeah.
Because there's this breakfast place I wanted to go to. They're only open till 2 o'clock, right? So I had to go out of my way to do it. My windshield wiper blew off when I was driving there. It was that day where it was raining.
Yeah.
I was like, ugh. And I went in there and I had this food. And it wasn't bad. But it was like the most generic tasting chicken and waffles I've ever had. Like the waffles tasted like they were out of like the microwave or like a pre-baked kind of thing, and the chicken just wasn't very good. And it was $20.
Nothing special. Oh.
And I was just like, man, you know what's bad when I'm sitting there being like, it would have been more fulfilling if I had just woken up and cooked a pizza pop and had a beer. Would have been a better day for me. I think it's called the Broken Yolk. Yeah, it's the Broken Yolk. It's got great reviews. They're like, the food's excellent, blah, blah, blah. And I went there, I was like, man, this is just, like, so bland. I couldn't believe it. Also, have you ever had a windshield wiper blow off when you're driving? What the
Never.
fuck?
Right, I've never.
What the And I know what you're thinking, Kevin. Oh, he...
Must have freaked you out, right?
Well, I was just like, what was that just came off my car while the water's, or the rain's coming down? And I was like, you know, I know what you're thinking. Oh, he must have put on the windshield wiper wrong. Been on there a year and a half.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's not like I put it on wrong, right? Otherwise it would have...
Happened way before that.
Way before. Yeah, it's cheap to replace. Like, it's on sale right now. It's $10 at Costco for the windshield wipers, but... Still, man, it's like, I only got a year and a half out of that thing. It's like $10 that just flew off into the wind. I think it scratched my windshield too. I'm a little pissed off about that, but you know, it is what it is. I was just like, is this an omen? I was like,
it was. No,
no, I think it was,
but
but I was just like, but I was so excited because I was like, the reviews are so good on like Google and everything, and everyone talks about this place, and I'm like, I've been trying for weeks because you know it's hard for me to get up really early because you know I do the streams at night. I have to get all the videos ready. And it's like it's 20 plus minutes away to drive to this place, guys. And it was just like, okay, finally today I'm up for this, I'm good to go. And then I got there and I was eating it and I'm just like, wow, this is so fucking disappointing.
That's hilarious, sorry. Because like Mahogany, I get why you went there. Like I love that neighborhood.
Oh,
if I go to get like a house or something like that, or even thinking if like I started with an apartment, I would love something there.
Yeah, it's like the area to live in. That one or like Arbor Lake. Oh,
yeah,
man. I wish. But my other breakfast place, again, I'm gonna have to drag you out to my breakfast place at some point. The service wasn't very good last time, but man, the food at my breakfast place is so much cheaper and so much better. I was like,
it's funny.
ugh.
Should look at the reviews at your place compared to the Broken Yolk or whatever.
They're both very good.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, they're actually, I think they were comparable last time I looked. My issue is like the service isn't as good at that place that I like to go to, or at least it wasn't recently. You know, last time the lady handed me like lukewarm water and I had to ask to get refilled with cold water, and pancakes were all crispy and I was fuck. Whereas the other place, the lady who had an Irish accent, which I think was a fake Irish accent because it disappeared when she was talking to me at the end of the meal doing the check thing, but she was great, you know, and yeah, the food, I was just eating it. I was like, this is just... it wasn't terrible, but it was just like, man, I would have not... It was not worth the time. I would have rather microwaved the pizza pop and had a Stella than get up and drive here and eat this.
Yeah.
It's depressing. The Null Null from Star Wars? What's the Null Null from Star Wars? What tree does the leaf come from on the Canadian flag? The Conquer tree? What? It's a maple leaf. It's the Canadian leaf. It's kind of like the pride of the nation. If you would be a little respectful to my culture. Yeah, that's right. What a leaf. Jeez. Hey, at least the Leaf fans don't riot when they lose like Vancouver does. Yeah, at least there's some sportsmanship on the Toronto side. Yeah. When the updates and stuff come, Starfield will pick up. Yeah, I mean, they can do 60 FPS in Starfield, I guess. I thought they couldn't, but apparently they can. I don't know. Xbox is a mess, let's be real here. I feel like Bethesda's production has gone down since Xbox bought them. Like, the quality has gone down a lot. Funny thing, okay, so you know the big Fallout update, right, Kevin?
Sure.
Yeah, so the graphics, so the whole point of this update, and it took them a year and a half or like 2 years to get this update out the door, is that it adds performance mode and a quality mode. So on PlayStation, the performance mode and the quality mode works, but on Xbox, it doesn't work. And the Bethesda social media manager lied and said it's working as intended. But I'm like, no, it doesn't. And then the Digital Foundry people checked it out too, and they're like, no, it doesn't. So it took them a year and a half, and PlayStation, again, gets a better version of our games. It's like, fuck right off. Sea of Thieves runs better on PlayStation. Pentiment had 120 FPS mode, only on PlayStation for a few weeks. I think Grounded, that was kind of, I guess, iffy in some modes on Xbox or on PlayStation. But like, seriously, like, why are our like big games releasing better on the competing platform?
So what is it? Is it just even when Sea of Thieves transferred over, does it just something about the PlayStation that makes it run better?
Well, the Xbox is theoretically 30% more powerful than the PlayStation, so I don't understand. And there's a better draw distance on PlayStation. You can see further. It's because like what the hell?
That's weird, right? Because like thinking about it, I don't know. If I was to save any face, I'd think there's just something about the PlayStation that somehow it's easier to.
It's just a better console
stuff at a higher FPS. Yeah, something. Yeah, it's literally just a better console.
At the end of the day, you just gotta accept that, right? Like.
Right, well that, or it does kind of lead to a funny conclusion that you can't prove, that what if they honestly just always try harder for PlayStation?
Well, there's more users. Makes sense. Yeah. It's really weird, like, honestly. Like, games, you can tell when there's an effort put in, like that Hitman 3 has 300 or 400 more P on Xbox than PlayStation, and it runs flawlessly with the same frame rate. So, like, there obviously is extra power on the Xbox, it's just devs don't. You gotta remember, too, devs, they're kind of, it's an inconvenience. Xbox has less players, and they have to make 2 versions, right? They gotta do a Series X and a Series S version. I've seen many devs be like, this is pointless, why are we doing this? And it's, yeah, I think that's a big issue. Go Oilers second round. I'll take your Oilers over the Canucks.
Really? Oh, man.
What was the null from in Star Wars?
Oh, so basically, talking about it, it's like a weird parasite hive mind that like infects you.
From like what era? Like what part of Star Wars?
Oh geez, I think it's the prequels.
Prequels. It was in like the movies or the books or.
Oh, it's that's where I heard it from. It's another Legends.
Oh, it's another Legends thing. Okay, I don't know.
Yeah.
For Legends, my big highlights are like the games and the story arc surrounding Luke, Mara Jade, Leia, and like the kids like Jason Solo and you know those ones. Like that's kind of the story arc that I was kind of interested in. And I mean, there's a lot of Legends crap, like a lot, which is cool.
Well, they had years and years, right?
Like a decade, couple decades. Wasn't it like the 90s to like the 2000s?
Yeah.
And some of it was silly. Some of it was really cool. But that I found interesting is the idea that even though Luke fixed things, it still repeated itself, if that makes sense. is a better story arc than the whole Rey thing, because the Rey thing kind of copies it but doesn't. But the idea that despite his best efforts in finishing everything off, it's still the next generation of the same family causes the same problems.
Oh, it's interesting. I just like the idea of bringing, you know, the Jedi Order back.
Yeah.
And just
Well,
how
Rey's doing
cheesy
that.
it's destroyed. Yeah, well, that's it. All they did was they killed the original cast to redo it with their cast. That's literally all the new series was. And we've gone over it a gazillion times. The first movie
Canucks will
Death
sweep.
Star storyline.
Vancouver can burn in hell, Crane. A Sky Captain fan? In this economy? You had a bunch of riots here in America. Are you talking about that movie Civil War? Haha. No, but when we're talking about riots, we're talking about, like, in Canada, we don't do that kind of stuff. Oh, we get Hoth, yes. But it was just funny that Vancouver, they were so pouty because they lost. It was the Cup Finals, and they rioted, and it's like, okay. But there was another riot. Was the Montreal one where they burned the city to the ground?
Oh, jeez, I don't know.
You don't remember?
Are you talking like the Bloc Québécois?
That was before our time, but hockey. Let me look this up.
I know the separatists were literally like setting off bombs and that, and Pierre called martial law on them.
No, there was. I have to look up. There was the Richard riot. Yeah, it was named after Maurice Richard. Richard hit a linesman and suspended him for the playoffs, and the Montreal fans rioted. The riot caused an estimated $100,000 in property damage, 37 injuries, 100 arrests. Fucking Christ.
That's funny.
1955. I could have sworn there was another one where it was just like they burned like the city down or something. It was fucking ridiculous. Like, we take hockey very seriously here. But like in the modern era, it's just like, behave, Vancouver. Like, there's just a bunch of people looking for an excuse to riot. Because like, I don't think that would happen here. You know, like we have the Red Mile and stuff, and people get rowdy, but I don't think they'd ever like.
People freaked out. Don't you remember that video of that guy getting punched out during the Red Mile?
Yeah, but like I said, people get rowdy, but it's not to the point where we're like,
it's not like the city.
We're not like burning the downtown and flipping cars, and you know what I mean? Like, it's not like a riot here.
No, and that's actually fair because we got cheese. Like,
cheesed hard in 2004.
Yeah, that's it.
Vancouver
like,
lost because they sucked.
Yeah, or like the Flames literally, I argue it to the day, they should have won.
Yeah,
that
was the cup
riot.
Right there.
Yeah.
But the real argument, guys, is why haven't you liked the stream?
Like, whoa.
Subscribing's great. Donation's cool. Consider becoming channel member. Channel member gift and the Patreon option and the Discord for stream alerts. There's also an Amazon Starfleet link if you do that kind of thing. We had another. We need to get some more new long-term members. We had was it Jason Lives there hit he hit the Sapphire rank, which is 2 years yesterday, and I was like, oh my god, I've been doing this forever now. We need to draw new people in, you know what I mean? This is pretty crazy when they were all hitting Diamond, which I guess was like at least a year ago now, and I'm like, oh my god, now we're getting to 2 years. Well, I guess Crane is 33 months. Oh my god, Crane, you're almost a is an amethyst or whatever. 3 years, right? 33 months, 12, 24, 36. Holy shit. You gonna be the first person? Is gonna be you or Friendly Homie? I think Friendly Homie, his membership lapsed. I don't know if he's replenished that one or not, because he was the closest. Yeah, because you're 33 months. This is gonna be the first to come into a live stream chat as an amethyst member. Which is 3 years, Kevin, as a member. Yeah. Oh god, it's Luke. I love this map. I like it more, though, when it's at... Is it at dusk or is it at dawn?
I don't remember.
You ever seen that one where it's got, like, the orange kind of, like, hue over the level? Where's the one that's in blue hue? Maybe I'm mixing my battle... No, I don't think I'm mixing my Battlefronts up. Anyways, it looks so gorgeous because it's like the lighting, the backdrop's different. It's like, oh man, pretty. I also find this game weird because it's one of those games where we're playing together, but I don't think I've ever we haven't coordinated at all on anything tonight.
Yeah, well, you're just in the battle, right? Sharing for the same team.
Yeah.
I do check the scoreboard to see how we're doing, though, in comparison.
That's good. How did I end up doing that one match? I was like third, and then Scarif. I never even checked afterwards.
I just remember you were really high there.
I think the issue is we don't have a mode where you're doing things. This is my issue with Conquest and Battlefield. Is you don't have like an objective focus.
You're just everywhere, yeah.
Yeah, you're just all over the map. Didn't this game have
like
that?
a breakthrough or something.
Breakthrough, yeah. But didn't this game have like that at launch? There was a mode, and then they released Supremacy later.
I just remember the other mode where it was like
I thought we did attack
cheesy
and
little
defend.
objectives when you go around. Not that I remember.
2004, the day after playoffs, there was a girl out sick in class. People drew out over her desk flame stuff and blamed her for jinxing us. Oh, wow,
That's
Becky.
funny.
That poor person. What province do I come from? The magical land of Alberta.
Ooh.
Canucks going down like BC for good service. Oh, I'm not a fan. I'm not a BC fan, I guess. So. Oh, mostly Vancouver. Not a fan of that place. Favorite sports team loses, burn the city down. Well, you know, that's just Vancouver. Almost elite stats. No, seriously, man. Like, I'm actually surprised that YouTube hasn't added new tiers, if that makes sense, because it goes up to 4 years for memberships. But I think the last time they added new tiers was literally like 2 years ago. Because there's gotta be some people out there. Like, I think we have one member I haven't checked in a long time because I don't keep up on everything. But we had one member there that was literally like the top level. Is Amethyst the top level? 3 or 4 years or something? Anyways, there's someone that was like the top level, but I was like, on other YouTube channels, there's gotta be some people that have been members the whole time since memberships existed. And, they've got to be maxed out for like a year now at this point. So I'm wondering when YouTube's going to add more year tiers for memberships. Because, like, eventually they have to. What is it just going to be? Like, you hit 4 years and that's the membership icon you're stuck with till you die? It's a little odd, right? Or maybe...
Will anyone care?
It's a status symbol.
Yeah,
They're paying for that feature, Kevin. That's the channel memberships. It's a status thing. It's that you look like, it's part of an exclusive membership club. It's like Costco. Is Xbox popular in Canada? From what I understand, we're a pretty PlayStation-dominated country. Yeah.
Which is so weird. Like, you hear the numbers. I only knew Xbox players growing up.
So did I.
Genuinely. There was one guy on my community football team growing up that I was like, oh, hey, we should game sometime. He was like, oh, well, I got a PlayStation. And I was actually like, huh.
I knew 2 kids that had PS3s, and they were weird. Everyone else had an Xbox.
Right? Everyone
even the women in class had Xbox.
Had Xboxes, yeah. Like,
because gaming wasn't like it is now. just to put that up there, guys. So maybe that changed because the number that I got was from more recent times. But yeah, I guess traditionally we're a more PlayStation-dominated country. Maybe it's Ontario. Maybe it's like Alberta.
That's funny. Sorry, like you mentioning gaming. Like, obviously, everyone knows that like our age and up, that gaming wasn't what it used to be.
Yeah.
But like I knew, like growing up, like most of the guys who played games. And I was kind of like that joke for like the guys that didn't. That's like, what do? You just go home and watch a movie? Like,
odd. Right?
Not everybody's hanging out with their friends all. Yeah, odd. Like I always thought it was kind of odd.
Even the
like,
cool
Skyrim.
Kids were sitting there playing fucking games with me. We were playing COD.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, everybody played games. Like I always thought it was more just the older generation that everyone didn't play games. But like, I'm gonna be for real. Not saying girls don't play games, but for the most part, I knew a lot of girls that did not play games.
Yeah.
But like
Definitely.
Skyrim, I remember Skyrim was really neat because that was one of the first games where like there was a girl in one of my classes was like, "Oh, did you kill?" we were talking about games. And she was like, "Did you kill the chicken?" And I was like, "In Skyrim?" And she was like, "Yeah." She ran up and killed the chicken. And I started laughing because I was like, "No, I never did." But I heard so many people joke that they went and killed one of the farm animals in Riverton or whatever that first city was. And I just thought that was so interesting. That Skyrim was one of the first games I really remember in high school that like it seemed like almost everybody tried it,
That is quite interesting because I remember going back to like junior high and stuff. A number of the ladies that I knew had like an Xbox, but for Rock Band or the Kinect or it's a Halo 3. Actually, Gears was a thing that was always big with ladies, which I always find fascinating. It's always Gears of War. Or Fable. Fable was always seemed to be one that they would know of.
My sister played Fable, and she would play games because like we'd like playing together, and she grew up playing them. But like, I had a girl I was dating there in high school, and she was like, "Oh, come over to my place, giggle, giggle, all that." But like in some of our spare time, she was, "Oh, hey, let's play." And I was like, "Okay," and she threw on Mario Kart, and I thought, like, go figure, because that's like the only game she would play. Yeah, like the most basic thing, and that's kind of what I figured, like.
She's trying to show some interest, is what I always notice when a lady, if you're at their place or something, offers to play a game, they'll just be like Mario Kart, and that's just them trying to put in an effort, it has to say. But actually, speaking of that, your gal was into The Sims, right?
Yeah, my gal was into The Sims, and actually it's kind of funny because she plays a lot now, but I don't remember her playing a lot when we first met. Like, not saying she didn't game, but like it was very casual.
Yeah, because it was funny there. I'm watching. There's this channel called No Clip where they do gaming docs, but they've been like, they bought all these like tapes from GameStop and they've been like preserving them. And there's like a trailer reel of commercials from The Sims 2 from back in the day, and I was like, wow, these are like really sexualized commercials. It was very entertaining. And then it would end and there'd be like a woman, she's like, The Sims are dating. Or it'd be like, The Sims are now on PlayStation. And then it did the classic EA challenge everything. If you guys remember that oldie from back in the day. Do you remember the thing from EA where they like challenge everything?
Challenging everything. Yeah, that was the old Lord of the Ring games movies based off the movie.
Yeah,
like,
it was
Return of the King.
It was that one, or it was EA Big, which was like EA Sports. It was EA Big was the label, and what was challenge everything, and then what was that? Oh, it's in the game, right? Was that the one afterwards, or?
Yeah, it's in the game.
EA Sports.
That was like later, and I remember that was like NHL 12 and stuff like that. I started noticing it.
I just thought it was so funny though, because it was literally the other day I was watching these, and I was just thinking, I was like, man, Kevin might get a kick out of these, or your gal would, because it was just, again, they're like very sexualized like trailers of like The Sims from like The Sims 2 era, right?
That's funny.
And then it was just like the lady at the end was so like kind of like saucy, where it's just like The Sims are getting it on, or was it down and spicy or something? I was like, oh wait. I was like, oh, that was the market, because The Sims used to, well, they still do DLC like crazy, but that was,
oh, they do. I remember actually going back to my sister. She was getting all the DLCs, and
she get the IKEA
I remember
pack?
we were talking. She got so many. I was talking about like the money I dropped on War Thunder, and she's like, "Yeah, well, you don't want to know the money I dropped on Sims." Yeah,
That's one of their biggest IP.
I don't doubt it.
Yeah, because the Sims 4 is now free to play, and the Sims 5, when it launches, I think next year, is going to be a totally free to play game. And I think that's just because they make so much money on microtransactions.
Right. There was that one meme I saw of like some guy, like my girlfriend, when she buys a $3,000 PC and it's The Sims pops up, and it's all these people defending like, well, how am I supposed to run all 400 mods at once? You know,
You gotta have a
like,
really big hard drive, Kevin, for all that stuff. I'm actually, I don't know if they have one already. I am shocked that there isn't a subscription for The Sims.
Probably give them an idea if I heard it.
I bet you could charge $20 a month, and all the DLC comes with it, and I bet people would like live for that. The Sims Battle Pass, Kevin. SimCity 3000.
Did you earn the flannel shirt? You know, like,
the flannel shirt? In what? Oh, you earn the flannel.
Oh, in the Battle Pass. Yeah, like...
The Sims Battle Pass. Fuck, I was playing, they brought Topspin back, right? Like, Take Two, they bought the Topspin IP.
Okay. Yeah.
Topspin's tennis, and for you guys that don't know, there's 6 battle passes in it. I was like, what the fuck is this? Why does a tennis game need a battle pass? I was like, who's grinding out a tennis battle pass? Like, honestly. Like, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, it's good for people that are interested in it, but like, who is grinding a tennis battle pass? Who, Kevin?
Right.
Didn't get enough tennis matches in this month. I didn't unlock the Nike skirt for my female character. It's like what? Oh, God. Let's see this other stuff here. Caleb's 26 months. Oh my God, it's been so long. It's been such a long time. You never played Skyrim, you were too big on Morrowind and Oblivion. Oh, Skyrim was like the definitive thing. For so many people.
A Morrowind fan, though. A person of class in the chat, I see.
Yeah, Kevin, it was Morrowind crap. When I someday ever afford this house here, we'll have you over to come do
I
Morrowind stream.
So cannot wait for that to happen. I cannot wait for you to see my character without mods.
I've got a few picked out
like,
for you.
Yeah.
Morrowind, a Kingdom Come stream, I think you would like. What else is there? Because I think people would really get a kick out of you playing that one. You excited, obviously, for the sequel? Henry's back.
Super excited.
Kingdom Come 2. We'll see if we can get 2 codes for that one and have you grind the ever-living fuck out of that so I don't have to play it. Yeah. Well, see here, we're gonna have Kevin play it because he's a fanatic.
Right.
I'm just gonna sit back. Grey Warzone.
Beat it in one night.
I haven't. Have you played Grey Warzone, Kevin? I keep hearing about this.
I have not.
Is that something on your like radar? Oh God, it's Luke.
I have to think about it because there's this one game I thought looked really cool. Is it a PC game about like PMCs?
About what?
PMCs, private military contractors.
I do not know that.
No?
I just know it's a super popular military game.
I'm wondering if that's it, because like one came out and they're like saying it's like a bestseller, and it's like it almost reminded me of Wildlands. Like it's this whole thing where you're a bunch of PMCs running through like
I think that's
the
a
bush
different
and, like,
game.
Is it? Okay, because that one looked really cool. If it's the other one.
Because I think Grey Warfare is like, isn't it like in a beta? But anyways, SimCity 3000, Caleb, they've added that back to Steam, so you can buy it and play it again. Love the old lady gamer that does Skyrim. Oh yeah, she's a bundle of fun. I wonder if she's gonna live to see the Elder Scrolls 6. Fallout 4 update, textures and stuff. Well, you know, it's more the resolution stuff's broken. I just can't. Your ex-wife played The Sims on OG Xbox all the time. I played, I bought The Sims 3 and it wouldn't work on my PC back in the day, which was funny. But I used to play The Sims 2 with my cousin on his PS2. And that was like a fever dream. Well, I think The Sims is so interesting because it's kind of like a house living kind of game. I find that traditionally women, girls at that age, right, really gravitate towards those like life sim kind of games. Seems to really, like Harvest Moon, The Sims, things where you like make a house, live like a fantasy life. But yeah, I remember playing The Sims 2 on the PS2 with my cousin, and we would like have jobs and the wives of ladies that we were into at the time, and it was fuck.
That's awesome.
Well, I mean that's what you do in that game, right? You like
Yeah.
I remember that being a thing. Be like, oh well.
Be embarrassed, go back to an old save, and like, oh no, it's her.
Oh no. Oh yeah, you gotta go get married. And it's like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm working today. I can't come and hang. I just remember that being a big thing. That was on the PS2. We did that. Fuck, that was a long time ago. That was a long time ago, guys. I mean, I don't look like it, but fuck, that was a long time ago. Early 2000s? Like, early 2000s.
Oh, come on, 2003 wasn't that.
Early 2000s, Kevin. It's 2 decades ago. Oh, man. Early 2000s. Freaking hell, time's flying by. My younger self in The Sims would be so disappointed I'm not married by now.
Right.
He's like, what are you
I
doing?
always think that. Because, like, if you think, like, yourself to, like, say, a 19, 20-year-old, you'd think, oh, okay, they're an adult, I'm an adult. Like,
Yeah.
there's obviously not that much of a difference. But then I'll talk to some of these people. Yeah, and, like, it's just the gap in, like, things that were relevant
Yep.
at some point is, like, oh, my God, you know?
Like, you think that, too, like, when you're 18, it's like, oh, I'm an adult and stuff, but, like, 18 versus now, I'm, like, so much more knowledgeable and confident and, like, comfortable and everything. It's really quite fascinating.
And I always love that joke. Then the 50-year-old enters the room and is like, oh, okay, well, wait till you're my age.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. Because, like, I see it now. But, like, just saying, my age group, too. That, yeah.
That is one of my worries, too, when I'm, like, talking to some of these ladies that are a bit younger, is, like, on the dating apps. Because I'm really trying my best out here, guys.
Yeah.
There is definitely, like, quite a gap in goals, I would say, and also, like, interests, and it is fascinating to hear what they talk about versus what I talk about, and just interests and things that they, like, knowledgeable of, and that it's very odd. You got married in Skyrim and adopted a child. Congratulations! I'm so proud of you.
That's a lot of responsibility.
I hope you're up for it. Just make sure you don't download that mod where you can kill your kid. Battle of the Sims. They're doing a Sims movie is coming, which should be interesting. Do you think they'll, like, do, like, a Barbie type thing?
A Sims movie?
Yeah.
Could you imagine just the ultimate troll where the screen goes really reflective and blank and it just shows everybody sitting there?
That would be such a neat ending. Whereas if, like, some kind of big thing completes and everything like that, and it kind of zooms out, and it does, like, a reflection on the monitor, and it's, like, some woman playing, and then she just, like, all right, well, that's enough for today, and then walks out.
All right.
That would be a cool ending. And it would be a cool beginning to the stream if you would like it. Subscribing's great, donations, cool. Be the channel member that you thought of being, but you didn't for some reason prior. We have fun here. There's channel member gifting, the Patreon option, and the Discord for stream alerts. There's also an Amazon Starfleet link, if you're into that. If you're new to the stream, we stream around this time each day. Kevin's not usually here, but I am. Haha. I got it. So we're on Scarif. I like Scarif. At least we're getting some different maps other than just, like, Geonosis. But I'd love if we could get, like, Felucia or, like... what was the other one? What's the other map that's, like, not the same 2 maps over and over again? Kashyyyk. Yeah, Kashyyyk, yeah. Grandpa sitting the other day playing what? Oh, it's in beta. Okay, so I am right. Grey Warfare there. Your grandfather's playing. That's interesting. We're getting to that point where I think it's going to be more and more common that older people are playing games and stuff. You know.
Well, it's, like, funny, because, like, my old man, and, like, I think in your case, too, we're playing games for forever, right? Like,
As long as I've been alive.
yeah, so...
Yeah, I was sitting there, like, you know, Dark Forces? Star Wars Dark Forces.
Yeah.
Yeah, they remastered it for the anniversary, right? Or well, I don't know if it was a remaster or anniversary. Anyways, was it remaster or remake? Anyways, we streamed the whole thing, and I was sitting there, and I pulled out the. I have a copy of Dark Forces that would have been my father's at the time, and I was like, you know, that game came out like just before I was born. I'm kind of sitting there. I was like, was he playing Dark Forces? Well, I was just like almost like, you know, around, because it came out like a month or two before I was like born. I was just like, yeah, that's interesting. And I hear stories of the old man, like my mother can't get it out of her head. The Warcraft orcs. All right.
Oh yeah. Something
me be doing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So.
That's so awesome.
It's interesting, right?
I also got Warcraft 2 on. They made it available. I don't know when, but like for Blizzard, and I went and picked that up. Right? Man, that is such a that is so cool, and yeah, it's such a flashback to.
We'll have you come in and do a review of that when they get the Battle Pass version up. Or not, sorry, not the Battle, the Game Pass version of it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one we'll have you do the Warcrafts and the Starcrafts.
I could do a 2-hour video ranting about StarCraft, I swear.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I got that too. I was sitting there doing the Fallout 4 review, and I did like a half hour, and I was like, fuck, I could probably do like a 2-hour talk about this. Like some games, they're just like, you know, so knowledgeable, or you play so much of it, and you're just really into it and stuff.
Yeah.
And, yeah. Bosk is boss. God, I wish I could have interviewed that boss guy. It's, you know, the actors, they're missing out on these great interview questions is what it is. So you were boss. Well, I think, was it Jeremy there? She was the voice character for female V in Cyberpunk. I think she really enjoyed it when I was like, so you were the quartermaster in Call of Duty, and she's like, I was. That was my first in-game appearance and stuff. And I was like, oh, you know, the cute quartermaster, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, no one else even asked her about that.
Did you reference the bit we had going for a bit there, or no?
That she's a cute quartermaster. I mentioned that.
Quartermaster, yeah. Oh, that's
I'm like, we call you the cute quartermaster.
That's funny, because I would be psyched, you know, like if I was doing an interview and someone pulled up like my first like voice acting gig. Like, wouldn't that be cool?
It'd
like,
be interesting.
Oh, hey, yeah.
It would show that they know, or at least took the time to like get info and stuff, right?
Definitely cared at least, right? Like,
I thought it was funny. And then she mentioned that like her nephew didn't actually think that was her.
That's hilarious. While they were playing COD.
Yeah, but her aunt was, or not her aunt, but like the kid's aunt was like, "That's Jeremy," and he's like, "No, it's not." But the thing is when you look at the quartermaster and you look at her, it's like, that's literally fucking her in the game, right? Like, that's her face. I was like, how could you not? Especially if it's a family member, how could you not tell like immediately and be like, yeah? I think they'd be recognizable. Interviewed, yeah, it was the Bosk man. He was at the Calgary Expo. He voices the clones. I think it's Bradley D. Williams or something. Bradley D. something. You go look at that guy's IMDb. It's ridiculous. Like I said, he voices Bosk. He voices Eagly. Like, Eagly doesn't have voice lines. Eagly just goes, oh, go, go, you know, like bird sounds. He's played like 3 different parrots that don't have voices. He does like the creatures in all the video games. Like, I think, was it Diablo 4? He's like the creatures. In a lot of games, he's the orcs. And I'm just like, who the hell are you?
That's really neat.
I was also trying to get this
one lady.
A lot of
royalties, too.
The what?
There's gotta be a lot of royalties for all those different voices.
I don't know if games really do royalties.
No? Okay.
Like, you mostly like pay up front. It's just movies and stuff you get royalties, or TV shows, but games, I think they just pay you and you go and do it. But he's probably got royalties from all he's done. I guess he actually has the record for the most performances ever. Like, voice actor wise.
Bethesda probably helps a lot.
Like, yeah, no, I think he's voiced like, what do they say, 1,300 characters or something like that. Like, it's really impressive. But there was one lady at the expo too I was trying to get, and I had nothing on that. She did the Catwoman in like every video game. you know, like the Arkham games, the Lego. Yeah, I was just like, God damn it, that would have been cool. Like I said, guys, you get what you get for interviews, you know. You have fun there, Skyrim. You have fun. Peppa? Our friend, our colleague, our ally, Peppa Pig. The Peppa Pig interview.
Ooh.
It would be cool to be known as someone that, like, all you do is interview people, and then you could, like, just interview anyone for all kinds of weird things. It would be very entertaining. I'm here with Peppa Pig today. That would be cool to interview, like, a Muppet or something. Like, you know, like, have Elmo, and there's, like, interviewing Elmo. That'd be fun. It may sound stupid, but that would be fun. Okay, where are these guys? Interview Elmo. We're gonna have to try to set up, and maybe I'll have you come in on this, Kevin, when it happens. But for Kingdom Come 2, we're gonna have to see if we can get Henry.
Oh, that would be so cool.
Henry and the women that Henry runs into. Maybe if there's like a big bad guy, that would be fun as well. But Henry's the target for Kingdom Come. I think would be a good interview. You said he did a few, right? So.
Yeah, I saw him with the one. Actually, funny when you're talking about dude with the poncho.
The poncho, yeah.
Bit or whatever, yeah, going on and on. That like, there's the line he says, you know, like, "Oh, I'm quite hungry."
Oh, yeah.
And like, yeah, that was like one of the first things they referenced in the interview I watched. I just remember I was like on YouTube the one time, and it was like, "Oh, the Kingdom Come Henry voice actor." I'm pretty sure his name's Tom McKay. Does an interview, and I was like, "Oh, hey, I'll check that out." And then when I clicked on it, I was like, "Holy, that is Henry."
That's Henry, yeah.
You know, like, oh, yeah, like, wow, that was really neat.
It's interesting when they do that, because a lot of the time in video games, it's not. I think it's more common now, though, that they do actually. Well, it depends on if your game does motion capture or doesn't, and there's all these things to it. But I think it's becoming more common that you do actually get that transference of. You know, it's becoming more of a proper thing in video games, is to actually have like actors and, you know, motion cap stuff. So it's interesting, right?
Yeah.
That's why I'm on the cutting edge, building a interview portfolio, Kevin, so we get more options. The Bugsnax. There's been so many people that I've tried to get interviews with that were voice characters for the Bugsnax, and I haven't been able to get a single one of them. Drives me nuts, because I want to sneak in a Bugsnax question, obviously. Love me some Bugsnax. Yeah, that was funny, because we did the interview with the lady that was the body of that character in Silent Hill. But like, if I had yeah, the body of it. I thought she did the voice and the body, but she didn't. But if I had interviewed the voice actress for the character, she voiced like, I think 6 Bugsnax, and I was like, fuck. Me and my weird fanaticism for Bugsnax. That's probably the dumbest, quirkiest thing that I'm really into in my life is Bugsnax. I embrace it. I love that game. It's so twisted and messed up. So messed up. They're like, you know, I'm gonna kind of spoil it slightly, but they're like the Flood, Kevin.
Really?
Yeah, when you play the game, the Bugsnax, they're like the Flood. What a twist! Because if you guys watch my stream and you haven't played Bugsnax yet, that's on you. Talk about it like every other day. But like,
and what, they run around infecting everyone? Like, now you got. I'm curious.
Nah, I won't go further because now I've got your intrigue. But
yeah,
that's the big thing in the game, is they're like the Flood. You think they're cute and cuddly, but Bugsnax gotta eat, Kevin. Let's put it that way.
And every time they eat someone, they get all their memories.
There's some pretty sick and twisted Bugsnax in there, let's put it that way. Yeah, Bugsnax munching. Ewok Hunter. Okay, fuck it, I'll do the Ewok.
Oh, the lock on it is ridiculous. Like I was sitting there making Emperor Palpatine
Oh,
run
Kevin,
to my
get back
bow and
here.
arrow.
Turn around.
What?
Ba, 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 ba.
Oh, buddy.
Let's do this. It's kind of like
I think people still play Ewok Hunt.
probably not. There's,
You know?
I mean, there's barely people playing this mode. Oh, I'm dead. I was gonna say it's like a romantic night out on the beach for the Ewoks. Why would you bring an Ewok into a beach climate?
Right.
This seems ridiculous to me. That was fun though. Fucking the Ewok Hunt stuff. God damn, I mean, we could try later, but I don't want to lose our rotation in this mode. You end up with those weirdos in that empty lobby waiting for it to fill.
It's been here for 3 hours.
This is
It's
odd.
gonna fill.
But before the stream started, I was actually sitting there for a bit trying to get through a lobby that wasn't like, you know, wait for this lobby to start.
See, when you suggested it, I thought that would make sense, because, like, you know, the day and all that.
Yeah, no, like, I mean, I really wanted to do, I want to do a Fallout 76 stream with you again, because we do have fun doing that. And have you seen any of the Atlantic stuff?
I have not.
I haven't seen any of it. The storyline was really a bit of a bummer, but, like, the expeditions and stuff. Expeditions have gotten way better, like, they're way better now, and, yeah, I was just like, it would be fun for us to go and do that ahead of kind of prep work, because I don't know if I'll be able to drag you in for it, but they're doing the map expansion, I think in the summer.
Okay.
So, like, the south, there's going to be a whole new region and stuff. Like, they're testing it right now.
Okay.
It's going to be a whole new map, because I don't think they've ever done a map expansion before. So I thought that would be fun. And you need to prep and give me ammo.
Yes, right.
I need 10mm and flame ammo, Kevin. Yeah.
Should probably just ask the old man. And he'll be like, oh yeah, here's like 90,000 shots, you know?
Well, that's what usually people do, is they come in and they'll, like, drop me, like, a bag of ammo when I'm streaming because I'm too incompetent for it. But, like, I've tried it. I don't know what it is. I finally got my inventory down in that game, because I spent quite a bit of time adjusting my inventory. But, like, I just cannot get the resources required to make ammo. Or when I do, I get like 100 bullets, and I'm like, I can't kill anything in this game with this amount of ammo. I don't understand it, like what I'm doing wrong in that, not to have those resources.
So it was really neat when they added the Chinese stealth suit, because then I would just take that, and I had a really cool 50 cal bolt action that I would just run around and sneak. But like if it was a really bad creature, that's where I had like basically it's an MG42 that fires 308, and that's where I got like tens of thousands of rounds for that. It's a double shot, but other than that, I'm always just running around sneak shotting everything.
Well, when you're streaming, people need excitement.
Yeah.
Matt Ryan's mocap for Black Flag. Oh yeah, because Constantine and stuff. And Becky says she was fangirling hard. Is she excited for the remake?
That's funny.
May the 4th. Yeah.
Oh, but I don't know if she's even aware.
Oh yeah, well, it's being remade. I think it's a few years away though, at least a couple years away. But they are remaking it. I wonder if they'll keep the actor, or if he'd be too old now. That is a good question for video games. Like, if you mocap somebody, you bring them into a game, and you need to remake that game later on, you'd have to rescan them and everything for the new assets of the technology at the time. How would that work if that actor is dead or something? You get what I mean? Like, in these games, like, you just like, recreate
how
it.
would you do the motion capture for that?
Like, I think that's like a legitimate problem, because video games, it's not like the movies where you just keep like remastering it, right? Just keep cleaning it up. Like games, when they redo some games, you have to remake them and retool them. and you'd have to like rescan them for the higher assets of the newer era. It's like, how does that work?
Can you imagine if we get to the point where you could capture the face on the old game and upgrade it from there?
They have that tech. They do a lot of AI upscaling for like videos and stuff. So like that does kind of exist, but not in the element of like doing a proper remake, if that makes sense. Huh. That's a really good one. But no, like there's a lot of like the FMV, you know, like those pre-rendered cutscenes and stuff in older games. They actually have some pretty good tech for like improving those. It's not perfect yet, but it's coming. I'm just like, for performance where you mocap it, Matt, you actually capture someone that's like iconic. Let's say the Star Wars Jedi Survivor series, like Cal there, was it Cameron Monaghan? Do a little bit of a cough there as my voice is dying, but like if you were to remake those in like 10 or 20 years and he's like old or like dead or something, it's like, how do you do like recast? Because then it would be like a movie remake, right?
In this game, they're like some characters look better than others. Like I don't think Leia looks much like Leia at all.
Yeah, but these aren't like mocap care. Like, well, there's probably mocap, but it's not like they brought in, you know, scans of Leia or something, right?
That's true. I just like looking at the face, like Luke. That looks like Mark Hamill. I think, at least.
Not good enough, right?
Yeah, like it's really well done.
And then there'd be like
Lando looks really good.
Like say the Tomb Raider games from 2013. If you were to remake that, you'd have to do like a different actress, right? Because you need new high resolution assets and stuff. But then would that be the same game? Even if it was the same game, because it's a different performance and a different character. That is a fucking good question. That's a we'll get to it when we get to it kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm sure a lot of people would be pretty pissy if they remember a game as a certain way and all of a sudden it's like, hey, that's not... Because they do that for movies and stuff too, right?
Yeah.
Oh. Then would you be doing, you know that thing, you know where they put another person's face on top of someone's face? That's already, they did that with Tarkin and Leia.
Yeah.
The deep fake stuff. Would you do that for the game? I don't know if you could pull that off for a full game. That's weird. Interesting.
That is funny to think, like, being an actor for a role, and like, oh, we're only choosing you because you look a lot like them, and it's going to be really easy to deep fake your face.
I don't even know if I would be comfortable doing that.
No? For however much dollars, I guarantee I would.
They wouldn't give you much to just be a stand-in. You can't tell me the lady that went in and did Leia with... I think I remember them showing that behind the scenes, and I thought the lady was actually gorgeous and kind of looked like Leia already, where I was kind of like, what's the point in doing that? Like, just have a different actor play it. Because they've done that with, Mon Mothma there, and I think she's... The current version's really good, and I don't know. It's weird to me, that idea. Where it's like you're doing a performance, but it's someone else's face over you. Because I thought, like, I know Solo didn't do well, but I thought they had the young guy in as Harrison Ford. I thought he looked on Solo enough-ish.
I wonder, now you got me curious, I wonder how much you would make for that. Because I doubt it would be like, oh yeah, here's $200 to show up, right?
I think you'd literally get the money that you would as, like, a part-time, like, background actor or something. Because they're not paying for you, they're just paying for your body.
Because, Because, like, I know some things were, like, very, like, really heavily. Like, there was that whole thing with the Trailer Park Boys when it came out that, like, Corey and Trevor, they're, like, two side characters that always get dumped on. But, they came out and said they were, like, paid minimum wage and, like, had to set up the sets and that. Yeah, like...
It happens more than you think. But hey, at least you got a role, and that can maybe lead to other things, too.
Well, that's it, right?
But I don't know, it would feel really wrong to me to be like I don't know, maybe some would think of it as an honor, but it'd be a stand-in. Like, you couldn't even point to, like, you know, if you wanted to show your kids or something someday, it's like, oh, I was in this movie, and they'd be like, well, that's not you. It's, ugh, it'd be weird. It'd be really weird, though. Not to like the stream, subscribing, create donations, cool. Be the channel member you wanted to be. God, this game looks so majestic. Channel member gifting, the Patreon option, the Discord for stream alerts, and the Amazon store affiliate link if you're into that. And Kevin's here today. I don't even think we introduced you. You just kind of dropped in randomly. I think that's kind of funny.
Really? We lost that?
I thought we were winning for a lot of that.
We were winning a lot. Like,
what was the score? That's the problem with this game mode, is like I don't pay attention to the score unless we're gonna go on a ship or something. Do we know what the score was? Oh, they were like, I'm seeing it on the stream that's slightly behind. They were up 99 to 80 for them, so.
That sucks.
Sucks to suck, Kevin.
Sucks. Not to be a jerk, but I have noticed from Hoth to all these worlds that, yeah, none of them have the space.
No.
It's interesting that they only did that for the prequels, like.
And the sequels.
Did they really do it for the sequels?
Yep. Yeah, the sequels have it.
Ew.
Yeah, good luck getting one of those maps. But hey, we got your level here.
Yeah, alright, cool.
We're going to Kashyyyk, guys.
Man, who thought, man, that like you couldn't basically pull a lot of the same assets over from the sequels to the to the original, because like they copied so much of it.
Mm-hmm. They really did. I'm actually surprised that from Battlefront 1 to 2 that they just didn't copy like every map over, because they're literally like the same, these games, right?
I did like the gunplay in the first one more, though.
The gunplay, interesting. Was it more intense, or?
More intense, quicker time to kill, which I always like quicker time to kills.
Yeah. I guess people are a little spongy in this one.
Very, I think.
It was also a different kind of game too. Like they didn't have Supremacy. It was more of an attack and defending kind of thing.
That had cool modes. Like I liked Walker Assault, and that Death Star expansion was so cool.
No, blowing up the Death Star run.
Yeah.
See, I didn't really like the attack and defend mode with the Walker Assault and stuff because it was so lopsided. It was like really heavily, and they said they designed it that way too. It was so heavily in favor of one side. It was ridiculous. My favorite that I always played with the lads was the Heroes versus Villains. We were like competitive at it.
That was really cool, yeah.
Yeah, we would do it. I would play as Leia or Sidious, and I would be the anchor that like supports, because you're a supporting character with those two, right? You heal the team, so everyone else would, you know, you send the other people to go out and fight and stuff, and you would sit back, and then when they fought and they got injured, they'd come back, you'd drop them a health thing, they'd go back and fight, and yeah, Leia was OP as hell in that game because she had this like a stuttering impact where you could, like, if Vader was coming out, you could shoot and you could just like prevent him from moving forward, and you can just keep doing that over and over again.
So cool. And there was like the spots on the map where it would drop, and I remember if you knew them all, like people were complaining that people would just go camp them, and I was one of them.
Oh, those icons, yeah,
the little icons to grab it. It was a really fun game, and that was a neat time where EA, that one, and I'm pretty sure Battlefield 1 had come out at that time. And like specifically for like the
Battlefield 1 was
DLC?
16 and Battlefront 1 was 05 or 15, sorry, 15 and 16.
Yeah,
so
yeah. And that's where it was neat where they came out with the DLC, because I really loved in Battlefield 1 the Grand Operations, or I think it was actually called that Operations. But yeah, where it was like you went through the different layers, so it kind of made it like, I don't know, it felt really story objective based while being multiplayer.
Yeah.
And then for them to come out with the Death Star DLC, where it was you do the first fights, and then you go inside and get R2 with the plans, which was cheesy, but I appreciated it. And then you did the run, like it was neat, and I feel like they've never captured that, at least for me, since.
No, nothing like that. Actually, you know, achievements-wise in this game, I'm only missing that stupid Starfighter crap, really.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I've got 37 out of 43
Yeah, the
achievements.
space combat was no good.
I'm just not into the space stuff on this one. This dungeon.
What I think is hilarious, when's the last time you thought of squadrons or whatever?
Are you talking about Row Squadron? Oh, no, the game was called Squadrons. That one did not take off at all.
No.
Upon reflection,
My buddies convinced me to get it.
I don't know why they thought it would be a big hit. That feels like more of a supplementary game that you do after you've done multiple Star Wars games, instead of the second one, right? Because that would have been their second outing.
Well, it was weird too, because like...
No, third outing, right? Battlefront 1, 2, and then that one, and then Jedi Survivor? I have that timeline right. Anyways, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that, like, the way it played was weird too. Where, like, you're balancing your shields versus how much power you're putting in.
It was too, like, simulation-like.
Well, and like with a dab of hero shooter in it. Like, I remember my one guy was playing like a repair ship. And we all kind of had to fly around him because he could keep you like with repairs if you were in a radius. And that little part I remember was like we tried doing like a spaceship hero shooter.
Oh, you know what? That would have fit with your group of friends more than people I know, because you guys are into that kind of stuff, like War Thunder, right? So
yeah,
it would have been right up your alley.
But we never played it.
Kind of a waste. My favorite was Riley there getting us all to buy the Elder Scrolls Online. Yeah, we barely touched it.
I played a lot of it.
When it first came out on Xbox One.
Oh yeah.
And then we just like never touched it. But well, obviously you guys played it, and I've played it for a bit since too. But like I remember he was like, we all kind of got in and we all bought it, like a few of us, and we just like, I think we played it at launch day. And we just like never touched it. I thought that was funny.
That's funny.
That one, Evolve. I don't know if you were part of the Evolve crowd, but that's the one where like a group of hunters that are chasing a monster. One person plays as the monster, but the other people are like the hunters.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
But we were like,
this is going to be unpopular, but Lethal Company. My buddy even bought that for me, which like, yeah. I'm just thinking for like a game that like everybody got.
And you just don't play.
And, like, we just don't play, and I didn't even really like that one.
Yeah, I think my sister was telling me she played a fair bit of it or something. I remember being very hot like a few months ago, and you don't really hear anything of it now.
Yeah.
Kind of like a bit of a fad game, like Pal World. And I guess after this weekend, Helldivers?
I guess, right? Yeah. Pal World, I hear nothing about it, even though it was like it's supposed to be huge still, right? Like
it's still got good player numbers, but it's definitely not as chatted about. I think that one will get a resurgence when they put it on like PlayStation, and probably the Switch, I would imagine they'll try to do.
I remember seeing it thinking this looks so bad.
And then there was like, really good.
I don't know. Yeah.
Because they're like slaves and stuff.
Oh, that was the big thing I always heard, was all these videos of like, ha ha ha, look at my labor camp.
But more than that, it's kind of like you've played, you've played DayZ and stuff. Now imagine in DayZ, if you could have companions in that game, not like creatures, but imagine companions, but adorable creatures. But like DayZ, like imagine there was AI that you could like recruit and catch and be like, okay, dude, you're gonna work for me in my camp with my friends. But you're going to do the stuff we don't want to do. You're going to go out and you're going to collect wood. You're going to collect material. Like, you're going to do all the boring stuff in a survival game. And I think that's what Pal World did well, was kind of like, man, I really hate the gathering wood, gathering stone part of that. Doing my crops. I'll automate it with this creature. And that was very well.
No, that's interesting.
Like, that's...
I'll always think.
Just to go further... That's what Starfield and I think Fallout is really missing, is that kind of automation. you know, where you have the settlements, right? You build the settlements, you build the camps. I think Fallout 76 actually has a little bit of that last time I was playing. But then having people, like hired people at your camp, doing stuff like going out collecting resources and, you know, automating part of the busy work. So, yeah, there you go.
Oh, I don't know. I just hear.
It made other survival games feel a little dated from the base building mechanics, is what Palworld did.
Well, like, it's funny. I don't know much about Rust. I remember you kind of talked me out of it.
Yeah.
Our buddy there wanted us to play it. He was like, it's like DayZ, but it's like even bigger. Yeah, but like, with DayZ, it almost was the point of it, or how stupid so many things were. And that the game itself was just such a meme.
We're getting pounded.
You know, that you would do all this work. And it was funny because, like, I outplayed it. You know, I've done so much of it, put so much time. It's another one of those games where you play it a lot, but there is just a point where it's like you feel like you've done it all, and not just done it all, but like multiple times.
Over and over.
And there's
the
one time.
Like, how many times?
Yeah, over and over and over.
You die, go grab resources, build up a camp, and then die, and do that over and over.
Yeah. Well, that's where it was fun, and a lot of it was that the group was so big too. Like, we were
you had a team.
Total bandits. Yeah, we were a team, and we were just like running around being the biggest jerks we could. That's where it was so cool. But like, there was the one time we were trying to get into it again, and I was running up because our buddy got into a battle up by Moschino, and I started running up this hill, finally built up gear, and then the classic DayZ, trying to go up a rock. All of a sudden I got flung, and like I saw, the sky, and I was dead.
Tripped on a cliff.
Like, are you kidding me? Yeah, well, my one buddy found me like a cliff, like to the west in a river. Like, literally, like Zeus flicked me. You know, it was funny and like something I would appreciate, but it was
a pain in the ass to have to deal with that.
Yeah, it was like, oh my god, like this again. And I just didn't care. At some point, I just didn't care. It's weird.
That can happen with some games where it's just like part of the loop gets tiring. You're just like, okay, we got to move on.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people have had that where you have certain phases in your life where you play a game a ton, and then you just eventually one day you're like, we're on to the next thing. Or the Republic. Yeah. You can still find matches of this pretty easily. It's not hard to find matches, I would say. Well, I don't know if there's multiple matches every day, but you can always find a match of something in those. At least on the Xbox side of things. Yeah, it's not too hard. And my hair is like crazy today. Is that a clone? Oh, that is White Snake. Okay. But yeah, that's kind of neat. And there's there's obviously like gaming trends. There's things that are really hot, and then something else hot comes out, and people jump to it. And you yourself have different things. Again, it was so funny that like I did a lot of DayZ stuff, and then as soon as I was done with it, you guys really got into it. I was like, I tried for a year.
Yeah. That was funny. Especially that you had your own server, like...
Yeah, that old server.
I think that would have been hilarious. I think we would have killed your server, though. We were such jerks.
It was, like, so friendly. That was a problem, too. I don't know if you've ever managed a server like that in that capacity, but, like, nobody wanted to do anything against me because I ran it, and I'm just like, it takes away all the edge of the game.
Yeah. Well, that was it. Like, what, like... We did so many things. There was the one where we were holding the prison island. That was also one thing too, was we kept doing the same things over and over because they were so fun. Like, it got to the point where we would enter a new server and everyone's like, oh, let's build that prison island. And like, we would make all these different bases, and some that I really liked, that it was a shame for them to go. I still remember that one time, and it was years ago, because it was like, I went to go watch the season opener for the NFL, and like, yeah, we were on the base, I went and watched the game, and then when I got off and came back, our base was gone. And it was like, oh my god, we literally got raided while I was doing that. So like, that was cool, but then at some point we decided, okay, let's build on Prison Island. was like, yeah, that'd be such a cool idea, you know, like Walking Dead style, all that. And it worked a couple times, but then after a while, that's all everyone wanted to repeat. And I was like, no,
Gotta mix it
I'm
up.
done with that. Yeah, it was funny, but the one, it just to tell the story. Basically, we got into a fight with one group. They were raiding us, and they wanted to open a door, but the door wouldn't. They couldn't. They claimed they couldn't destroy it, and I didn't believe it. But their whole thing was that, oh, we had won, we beat you guys out, and we're like, no, we literally own the fort. And they went and complained to the admin in the Discord, and they're like, oh well, if this is true, you know, you have to go open the gate and let them inside. And we were like, we're not doing that. Like, what do you mean? Like, no, you take the fort from us. Like, I don't even believe these guys can't even open the gate. And if they can, that's not my problem. They haven't removed us from the premise, right?
I missed
And
the
then
part
that's when they were,
where that's my
where that's my problem. Yeah, I know, for real. And we all held that stance. And they were like, oh, well, you guys are going to be, you know, such whiny girls about it. I'm like, you guys are the ones whining. Obviously, our language is much more extreme than the way I'm explaining it. Yeah, but like, that was the best part too, the Discord fights. But they were like, okay, we're gonna boot you from our server. I was like, do it. Like, see if we care. And we literally held out this fort while they started booting us one by one. And one of the guys had built up the wall, which is what they could have did in the first place. But as he peeked, I shot him right in the head and got the screen capture for it, which I still have, and killed him. And that's when they booted me. And I just got on there and I'm laughing that, like, oh, ha, 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 you know, like, thanks for giving me one more kill before we left your server. You know, like, that was fun. Anyways, that's my whole story.
From their point of view, you guys were menaces.
Oh yeah, were we ever? You know, but from my point of view, they suck.
No, I get it.
Yeah, but anyways, that's I guess the point of that story is I hate the idea that we'd go in and ruin your server like that somehow.
Oh, I could definitely see that being a thing. It was like the most peaceful, like weirdly peaceful DayZ server. Everyone was always like, it's so friendly in there. I love it. And I'm just like, it's nothing that happens in here.
That's so fun. Well, that was the fun of DayZ though, because you would get people that really wanted to be nice, and I always took the stance.
You can't
we
be
had
nice
the little
in
thing in our group. Yeah, well, if they can't kill you, it's because they don't have the ability to kill you.
Yeah.
And the minute they have the ability to kill you, they will. You know, like your friendliness is for a guy without a gun in that world.
Or someone making videos.
Or someone making, yeah, but we didn't see it that way because, yeah, not everybody. Maybe someone does just want to say hi and have a positive survival experience. Well, not us. We were feeding people to other people. Like, we played such bandits, dude. It was so fun.
You're the one that always asks for the Battlefront 2 stream on Christmas. Yeah, I know.
That's awesome.
I do remember that. Yeah, I do know. Like, for like DayZ, I had fun highlights in that. I think one of my favorites. And again, guys, we have a whole smack of DayZ videos on the channel, but I married 2 people. There was the Joker cannibal guy that I was with.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
We've had some crazy moments in that one. I like some fun little bits filmed. And it depends on the interactions you get with people. But yeah, my favorite was the marrying 2 people in a chapel. I thought that was so weird. How does that even happen? And then they went after me, and it was the whole thing. It was actually a pretty entertaining video. I think it holds up well. Actually, talking about old stuff, I streamed Rise the other day.
Oh, did you? How did that go?
I forgot I forgot how mystical that game was. I forgot
it's really fun.
A good chunk of the story. I forgot how repetitive it is. It was like half an hour in. I was like, wow, you really just like cut, execute, cut, execute. But I still really liked it. I liked the story. I forgot how like sexual it gets later on. There's like a Roman like sex club you're in. I was like, oh well, good thing they have like nipple covers because I'm streaming. And I was like, I totally forgot this was in this. And then like that goddess woman that's like talking to you all the time, and it's like her dress just like almost shows everything. I was like, holy.
I don't know why I don't remember this. The last time I played it, because I measured time by playoff runs, but it was the last playoff run. Yeah, that was the last time I was playing it because you mentioned do the campaign, and I never did it before, and that was really fun. But I remember like the whole story of the
Oh,
rebellions in like Britannia and that, which is so cool.
I really do actually quite like that from a story. We don't have enough Roman games, guys. We don't have enough Roman
Yeah.
games. The Livestream was dope. I'm glad you enjoyed that. It was a lot of fun to do. It was mostly what I'm doing right now is I'm playing older games so that I can go, like, if I've done a walkthrough for a game back in the day and it's like the audio's not great, blah, 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 I like to replace that walkthrough with like a new stream version of it where it's like a higher resolution. I also like, I totally forgot to do this, liking the stream, subscribing's great,
Whoa.
donations cool, consider becoming a channel member gifting, the Patreon option, the Discord for stream alerts, and the Amazon Starfleet link. We totally missed the mark by like 5 minutes on that. We gotta get better at this. Anyway, so I've been doing that. So I did Rise. I did Ghost Recon Future Soldier, which I really like that one. That game's really good. Rise. Like, I got some other ones planned too. But I just I thought it was neat because I just did it the other night because I had a free. Because, you know, there's been lots of new games coming out. So we've been doing that. And then I haven't been doing as much like retro COD streams because I think you can only do those so many times. So I've been trying to slot in. We've been doing all the COD campaigns. I think you mentioned last time you were here that you saw that I did the World at War and
Yeah.
yeah. But I just like, you know, I'm doing Rise tonight. Yeah, still the game looks pretty good. Yeah.
It was fun. Defending that fort was really cool when the barbarians were trying to take it.
Oh, so
Going
anyways,
back
the
and
point I was
forth
trying
on
to
the
get to is
wall.
we need to do
Yeah.
another Gladiator stream.
Yeah, sure. No, that'd be cool.
That's what I was really wrapping up to. I was like, I forgot how fun it was to do that because you actually do that in the campaign. I forgot. Like after you do
Yeah.
the Roman like sex club, you go and the whole point of that is so you can get in and
Well, that's sort of
gladiate.
your revenge story on Nero, isn't it?
Yeah, and you use the club scene to get in with his kid to get an invitation to go kill his other kid at the
Yeah.
Coliseum and stuff. I totally forgot that you actually, and then you play through the game, but in a theater, like it's like they're putting on a theater show in the Coliseum, and it's the story of the game in the game. And I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, this is cool.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
such a like I don't know how the modern mind would envision a Roman classic. Like even the
yeah.
idea of the gods doing a bet versus each other. That's all they wanted was to see who would win to pass the time, like that's so cool.
And I really thought, like, I don't remember that game being so mystical. Like, it's in the whole game is that
Yeah.
element of it. I remember it being more sly, but like, nah, it's blatant
Yeah.
the whole way through. How have I been since you've been gone, Caleb? Well, I was getting to the point of being worried that I'd have to check in on you to make sure you're not dead, but I don't know, like off and on. Like I can't remember the last time you were here. Like it's been really weird this year, where there's like a couple weeks where it's like go 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 go, and I'm like staying up like super late and working really hard, and then it just becomes like a dead week, where I'm sitting there for like a week or two, and I'm bored out of my mind. There's nothing going on, and then it'll like pick up again. And it'll be like bang bang bang. We're in the lower part, like with the Fallout update last week. I was doing like super late long days, and then this week I'm just like kind of like bored and stocked up on videos and stuff, so it's weird. Yeah, it's kind of weird. But I hope you're doing well, Caleb. It's always nice when you stop by. How are you doing, Kevin?
Me? I'm doing really good.
That's excellent. Should we take E? Oh, we're taking E. Never mind. That's nice because you get a lot of things changing in your life and you're doing all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, actually, quite a bit going, but it's everything I was telling you about that I'm trying is going very well.
That's
Makes me excited
excellent.
for the years to come. Yes.
As you should be, right, guys?
Yeah, you just gotta believe.
That you can achieve. And the expo was just like it was a huge disappointment though this year.
It keeps like, don't get me wrong, but I feel like you've said that the last couple of years in a row, which is disappointing.
I think last year though I really liked it because I got all those interviews. But like overall, like this year was just like a bummer. I mean, I talked to you about the shared interview thing, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like the silliest thing I heard of. Like it seems
Amazing.
like something you would blow off on like two like high school kids doing a project or
Yeah.
something, you know? Like,
Together for a
yeah,
minute or two.
yeah. Hey, that way you can show this to your teacher, sort of thing. Like just silly,
A
but
vacation, Caleb? I wish. Yeah.
right.
I should set up like a weekend or something off.
I think you get photos or whatever you do.
Yeah, that's true. I was thinking doing like a weekend and go to like the Nordic spa and like Banff or something would be a good relax. Especially since I don't have to pay to get in now, but well, to Banff and stuff, but I got my status card and all
Did you
that.
get your? Oh, sorry.
Yeah. But
You have your status card, right?
yeah, I just got it like a month ago.
That's awesome.
To go, so I gotta pay to go to the parks, which is nice. I'm like, yeah, I should probably do something before I get like bad burnout.
Yeah.
I was really feeling the burnout thing during the was it the Fallout update or was it the before that? Was it like around Dragon's Dogma or something? Is there something after Dragon's Dogma where I was just it was a clusterfuck of work and I was just exhausted? Oh man, there's been some weeks this year where I'm just like, holy. And like there's lots releasing, but there isn't stuff releasing to the point where I should be like this tired while doing it. It's really weird.
That's funny.
Yeah. Because I was putting in crazy hours on the Fallout stuff. And like I was late on the Fallout stuff too because of all the update issues and that. You know. Take a cruise. Oh, I'm not into cruise unless you're talking about cruising with my car. And then the windshield wiper flies off. Fuck. Yeah, but with the price of gas too, it's like, oh, jeez.
I wanted to ask though, at the expo, did you get your photos of like people murdering you again, or?
That was another thing that was a bit of a bummer is I didn't really like. There's a actually your gal actually went and commented on it because she's seen the YouTube short. I only got like a few clips. It wasn't, because again the interview took up a lot of time, and I'm trying to cover the panels and stuff, and it just kind of, like it was really congested because the BMO is still like under construction, if that makes sense. So like it was hard to, like there's that's a great cosplayer. Oh, that's great. You know, amazing Shadowheart, but it's like you're in lines and you can't maneuver to get like shots or anything, if that makes sense. Like it was too crowded to create that kind of thing. So I got a few shots. There's a very funny one where I've got Michael killing me, you know, Michael Myers. But like it's funny because I got the clip of me instructing him how to stab me. I'm like, oh Michael, you should go.
Oh, that's it.
So it's kind of funny. But yeah, no, the YouTube short. Yeah, Becky actually popped in on there and commented on. It's kind of funny. But yeah, no, that was something where next year I really need to. I'm going to try to double down on caring less about the other stuff and more about videos and photos next year for that stuff. Yeah.
So that stuff's fun. That's so neat to think a bunch of Shadowheart cosplays.
There was such a good Shadowheart cosplay. Yeah, but I couldn't get her because she was having issues with her shoes and could not get them fixed. And she had like I think her whole family was doing like a was doing like a Baldur's Gate kind of thing. Like I don't know if it was a brother or a boyfriend or something was doing. Was it Gale? I think it was Gale, and then the mother and the father I think were also other characters from Baldur's Gate.
That's awesome.
Like that's cool.
Because like, oh sorry.
Yeah, I think my favorite family one. I think I mentioned it too. Was they had a little shredder, like a 5 or 6 year old, and then the parents were the Foot Clan, and I thought that was adorable.
That's really awesome.
Anyways, yeah, go ahead. Economy. It is. Everything is so expensive now. And when you talk to people, that's when you know like things are really, really going bad too. Is like every time I talk to someone in a regular conversation, it's like, man, everything is so costly. Like you don't even have to bring it up, and other people bring it up to you, being like, man, I don't have any money and stuff. And it's, ugh. I don't know. I could do a vacation. You know what my biggest issue is not having like a gal in my life that like pushes me to do that, if that makes sense. Like I need like a extra drive.
That's hard to do.
You know what I mean? Like
I don't know.
someone that like is kind of like, we need to. We're going on a vacation. Somebody telling me we're going on a vacation. Otherwise, I just keep working and working and working. If that makes sense. Like I need somebody that's kind of like, we're doing this today or something like that. I don't know how to describe that. You get what I mean? Someone where there's like a push to go and do that. Yeah. Otherwise, I just work.
Someone to be your motivation.
Yeah. Yeah, because like I can go and do things fine. I go do what I want, blah blah blah. But like I don't. Like, oh, I could go and do this and have like a day off, or I could sit here and work. And I'd rather work. Did I tell you about this one house I visited recently for like a house to buy?
What about it? No.
This one neighborhood, and it was just like the strangest house. It was like, I don't know how to describe it, but my realtor was like, "This is the weirdest house I've visited," and I was like, "Oh, well, that's great."
Yeah, and you're trying to sell me it, right? Like,
Well, yeah, well, she's my realtor, right? So this was the first house we went. Like, she helped sell my grandparents' house, and she's helping me try to buy a house. So, like, find a house to buy, right? And then this was the first one we had. And she's just like, "This is one of the weirdest houses I've ever seen." I was like, "Yep," because it was like the ceilings were like, I don't know how to describe. But like there's certain cultures where they do like lots of like columns and like pop out things where it's sort of like in a theater where there's like extra like circular things that stick out from the sides that you would so it's like that but all over the ceilings and everything. And it was just like the ceilings were like weirdly decorated. There'd be 3 different types of chandeliers, some with LED lights above them. Some of them, the one room, it looked like they created a second layering lower wall and a ceiling thing, but they don't know how to do like electrical. And they had Christmas lights instead of LED lights on top of the roof. And they didn't finish fixing the top of the kitchen because the kitchen had like a wood thing on top of it and you could see right into it. It wasn't taken care of. And like every room was like a different room in terms of like theme. There was no matching theme or anything. It was the weirdest house. And it has a garage with like a death drop. But like one of the rooms actually hangs out over into the garage and you can see peeling in the corner the floor like into the room from the... It was weird. But it was one of those ones where it's like the housing is so bad here where it's like you'd have to buy it. I think it was for $500. And if I bought it, you'd have to put in like 100 or 200,000 to like make it workable.
Actually, make it nice. Yeah. You know what's sad? When you said 500,000, I thought, wow, like that's not good.
And that's like a shitty house.
It should be normal. You know what I mean? But like 500,000, that's just how bad housing is right now.
Oh god, in the neighborhood I'm in, houses are being sold for like $5 or $5.50, and I'm like, they're only worth like 3 or 4, maybe at a max. What the fuck? Yeah. What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm like, why is this happening? Because it's like, it's getting pretty bad. You think it's war? I don't think it's war. I just think everything economically is in a mess, and people keep trying to make more money and stuff, and there's just X amount of money to take and make, and it's just the whole thing's gonna just collapse or something.
Oh, it's ridiculous. Well, actually, just to even complain about our province, but like all those people who what would you call it, like inter-province migration?
No, those fucking people from BC and Ontario are coming here, and they're like, oh, they don't understand how much housing is worth in these areas, and they're buying these crappy houses for like way more than they're worth, because in like Ontario or Vancouver, it's like, oh, it's like $1 million for a house, so when you come here, it's like 500,000 for a house in this old neighborhood? What a steal! And it's just like, no, but you're driving up the fucking cost here, so I can't even get a house.
Well, no, they're absolutely ruining it. And there was the one statistic I heard, I never heard it backed up, but that upwards to 180,000 people in
Oh,
the
I've heard
last
that.
4 years have come
Yep.
here. Oh, you heard that too? Yeah, and that's an insane number. Like,
They're flooding
you
here.
know, yeah, they're flood, and that basically, it's even driven up the rent prices. That was the
I think we're
excuse
the
our
highest
place gave
renting
us
or
for
something
rent.
now.
Yeah, well, that basically that if you like, what's it? My rent's gone up like $400 in the last
That's
2 years.
small from other people I've heard of.
And well, you know what
And that's
area
scary. Yeah, I
I'm
know what
in
area
too,
you're
to
in.
say.
That's even more
Yeah,
scary.
like,
And it's
yeah,
just
like
like
my
it's terrifying because I was sitting there and I'm like, I've got, like I've saved forever. And I'm getting at the point where I'm kind of like basically making like a plea for my parents to like co-sign, which I don't want to do. And yeah, because I talked with my mother about it, like, because they will let me have like a higher mortgage, right?
yeah.
But like a cosign plus maybe a little bit of float of injection of cash, and I still fucking can't afford these places because they're jumping up in price so much. It's crazy.
Right.
Like there's got to be like a boiling point, right, where it collapses. Like it can't keep
Oh,
doing
it's
this, right?
ridiculous. Like, I don't know. I was talking to one person in class about it the one time, but they were like, "Well, what would someone do about it?" And I was like, "Well, in like the Great Depression, a lot of the Western governments and like the ones I know in like the States, they started putting price regulations so
Kevin,
people couldn't just jack up the prices on things, And I love that point of like, oh, like a price regulation, like
we need rent
that's
control here.
communism. And it's like, well, that's what I was getting at. Is that like
There
that's
needs
how
to
they
be
fixed
fucking
the
rent control
problems
and
like back in
housing.
the day. Yeah. Well, that's it. That a bunch of people come here and they can rent, like, jack up the prices in really bad neighborhoods, and the whole idea is that, oh well, if you don't like it, some guy from Vancouver will pay it. Like, that's criminal.
It's,
You know?
it is. It's really messed up.
Uh,
And then you'll have them people like will complain. They have the audacity to come and complain, and I'm just like, you are ruining where I live, where I've lived
Yeah,
my whole
right?
life. It's like you're monsters. I really like. I'm starting to actually feel like a bit of like anger towards people that like move here from other provinces, because it's really pissing me off.
Oh, that's the funniest part, right? Is that if someone like was to hear it, they think like, "Oh, like, are you hating on people from other places?" It's like, no, I'm hating from people on my own country.
Yeah, other Canadians are a problem.
Yeah, yeah. Like, I just think that's hilarious.
What has BC ever done for us, Kevin?
That's right. Yeah.
Well, they did build those roads. Look, that's something that would be fun to see in the theaters with you. Would be the Life of Brian.
I would love that. Like, what are the Romans done for us?
Oh, they did.
Well, the barbarians don't come by.
There's those roads, and
You
you can walk out
the
at night
aqueducts
now.
are pretty good.
But other than that, what did they do for us?
Yeah.
Ah. That one, and fuck, one of the best experiences I had was a number of years ago where I brought my sister and Mitchell and went and watched Airplane at the theater. That was fun.
Yeah.
I was so worried about my humor being weird for that movie, but people were laughing the whole time, and I was like, yeah, it is funny.
That's...
Because like a comedy, it's weird when you're in the theater and you're like the only person that like laughs at something. It's like, oh, look at that weirdo.
Yeah. But come on, people going to go watch Airplane.
Yeah, they're probably
They gotta be fans. Yeah.
Yeah, good old Eau Claire, guys, which is shut down on May 31st, 30th. Eau Claire's gone. I got footage of it, so I'm gonna do a little video, I think, talking about Eau Claire, which is interesting. You know Eau Claire, right? Like, yeah. Yeah, so it's closing for good. I went and did like a death video of it, like footage of it. I was like, make a day out of this. I knew it was the end when there's this, what is it, the Pharaohs of whatever. That place has been in there, like, as long as, like, because I used to go there with my grandmother and my mother at different times back, like, in the early 2000s. But like this, I think it was like called Son of the Pharaoh, and when I saw Son of the Pharaoh packing up their stuff, I was like, this is the end. Anyways, for context, guys, it's a downtown mall that was a colossal failure. It's been there for like nearly 30 years, and they're gonna bulldoze it to make a, I think it's like an LRT station, which is such a fucking waste of beautiful land. No, that is the biggest waste of beautiful, perfect, like, river, like, beautiful property I've ever seen. But, yeah, just a huge failure of a mall that, like, literally had nothing in it. But it's, like, prime downtown real estate. It's mind-blowingly crazy. But that's where I went and did the film festival. That's where I, you know, there's a lot of stuff in Eau Claire, so it's crazy that it's gone. Yep. Age of Empires. I don't think we're gonna do Age of Empires. If we were to do another Age of Empires stream, it would probably be Age of Mythology this year, I would say.
Why would it not hit as well?
This is Age of Empires streams don't do that well. You know that now. They were hot at the start, and I don't care at this point.
Which is a shame, because I loved when they were doing really well. That was fun.
Well, I mean, I think you actually pointed it out, too. It's like, we have to do this a lot right now because we're not going to be able to later. And we did. We got great views. They were a lot of fun. We enjoyed it. And we'll, like I said, Age of Mythology remake comes out this year. We'll, I mean, I love Age of Mythology. I don't. Yeah, you played that one, right?
Yeah.
Probably stream that one and do some matches. That'll be fun. Who do you main in that game? I'm trying to think of who I main in that one. Kronos?
I'm just gonna say Odin.
Odin. Okay, I do. Yeah, Kronos is a character, right? Like the. Yeah, I did Kronos. I remember. Fuck, that'll be funny. Which, if you guys don't know about, it's basically Age of Empires 2, but with like mythical gods. I'm pumped. It is the weirdest game to get a remake, but I am all down for it. Well, they're probably pretty cheap to make and remake, so they're probably like long-term worth it for them. But Age of Mythology, fuck yeah. Better watch out for some godly stuff, guys. Oh, I know you did, but I think a lot of people got tired when we were several hours in. It was just like Kevin not talking, me barely talking, and then what is it? Brop, brop. I can't make that. You know what the sound I'm talking about?
Brr. Oh, brah.
Brop, brop. Over and over again for like 3 hours. Like
villagers. That was so fun though. We getting like those super defenses. There's that one that was like 3 hours long. I love that, dude.
That's too long for viewers though. Remember, we started changing. We started tuning. I'm gonna have to remember that for when we do Age of Mythology. But we started tuning it so that the matches didn't go on forever.
Yeah.
Because you can't. It bores people out. There needs to be like change in the environment. Like, yeah.
Well, if you're not a fan of true defense, no, I'm sorry.
So we had some epic battles, but you could really tell when people were like, they always peaked off at like a certain time. We had to get more timely matches going.
I remember that, yeah.
Did I tell you guys to like the stream a while back? If you didn't, you should have. I was really hoping we'd get Felucia tonight. It just has not popped up yet. I don't know, what are you at? Do you have to go anywhere tomorrow?
I got something to do tomorrow. I'm okay for now.
Another match?
Yeah, I could do another match.
These matches are long, guys, by the way. I just wanted to throw that out there. It's a little different from like COD, where it's like, okay, 5 more minutes. Like, no, these games. Yeah, you're saying one more match, Kevin, and then we'll get one of those battles where it's like a 3-hour.
Or back and forth. And I'll be so disappointed when we lose. I'll want to do one more.
Yeah, that'll what happen. Well, we usually do one last match, and then we go, okay, a little bit more, and we go and do a heroes versus. We usually end up doing like a heroes versus villains or something.
Yeah. If you want,
Ewok Hunt?
I would love to try. See, yes. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I know.
Dude.
I remember. I knew that was gonna come up. The Ewok Hunt. Yeah, we can try that. The cozy streams. It's always cozy streaming here. And what the fuck is with my hair recently?
I'm sure you're beautiful.
Oh, I think that, but like, I'll do like a slight bit of work where I'm like, I'll go to the mirror and I'll be like, okay, yeah, I'll go to the bathroom, I'll, you know, pre-stream so you don't have to go during the stream, hopefully, which never helps. But then I sit there and I'm like, okay, I got my hair going, I look in the mirror, I'm like, this is good. And I think there's a difference for how the webcam captures me versus how I see it in like the mirror. Like I think it's like the angle or something. I'm just like, I swear to God, it looks so good. Like, I don't know if it's me running down the stairs or something, but, like, I'm just like, what happened? Like, I should have played around with it, and it looks all silly here. And I'm just like, what the hell, man? It's entertaining for me, guys, because I'm just, like... The one night there, I can't remember we were streaming, but Zarcaster was like, so you just kind of gave up today. I was just like, okay. Yeah, Zara was like, so you're really just out of it tonight. And I was like, yeah. I think it was that night too, but it was kind of funny.
Oh my God.
No effort. You're all the way. Who are you playing as? Dooku?
Dooku. Yeah. I just messed up a Yoda.
Your little green outline running around there.
Well, he tried jumping me, but I showed him the error of his ways.
Well, you know, Dooku was always the great duelist, right?
Right?
You know. Yeah, imagine being a slightly weaker Force user, but, you know, you were just really good with the weapon that the Jedi use.
Right? Just, I don't know. Did you watch the old Clone Wars movie? Like when we were
The animated
kids?
one? Yeah, I've seen that masterpiece.
Yeah, man. Yeah, dude. Sorry, I mean that sincerely. I love that scene, and I've seen it memed a couple times where Dooku walks up to the alien, he's like, ooh, would you, ooh, la, la, Dooku. And Dooku just looks at him, and he's like, indeed.
Indeed.
People like joking that, like, nah, man, I don't understand you, X. Indeed.
Dooku doesn't know what the fuck he's saying, which is like, yeah, alright.
Yeah.
Right on, man. Whatever you're down for. Callisto Protocol or Scorn. I love how the Callisto Protocol is some people's guilty pleasure stream where they go back and watch that just because they enjoy how fucking pissed off I get at that game.
That's funny.
Yeah, I said words you're not supposed to. I actually have an age low monetization note on that one on YouTube because of the language I use in it.
Really?
Yeah.
I gotta check this out.
Friggin' hell, man. I'd have to look up how many swears there is. There was... I also did the Star Wars Jedi Survivor. I streamed all that game. One of my streams had... I think it was 120 fucks in it.
Whoa, that's
That one got the yellow marking. But in the Callisto Protocol, probably has more, but there was some more hard language you're not supposed to use on YouTube. I think it was like during the final boss, I said like one word you're not supposed to say. It's not like an offensive word or anything, guys, but I was just like,
yeah, but...
I was sitting there, I was like, I don't think I can say that on YouTube, and I was like, whatever, it just happened. It was just like, I was so dumb. Well, I streamed the whole thing all the way through. I think it was like 11, was it 9 hours? 9, 10, 11 hours. It was, fuck, man, that game was brutal. I did not like that game.
Either that one or Death Stranding. Stranded or
Oh
whatever.
god, I think Callisto Protocol I was a lot more mad at. I never streamed Death Stranding, but that one, Death Stranding really like aggravated the shit out of me. Like it was like what, he spent 32 hours. I was like, I should have just got a job at like FedEx or something for like a week. Like, did a full-time job would have been more fulfilling. And the sequel for that goddamn game's coming out. I'm just like, oh no. Kojima, why are you doing this to me? And it's like, ugh. But like, I don't get why people like that game. You walk around and you just deliver packages and your character just like falls over. It's like you're just walking on this train, all of a sudden it's like, oh, it falls over, and the whales come, and then the baby's crying, and you have to rock cradle the baby with your controller, and the whales are eating you, and your packages are all getting damaged, and
I was talking to one person, and they were going on about like they like games, and I was like, oh, that's cool, you know, like I like games. So like, what do you play? And they were going on about how much they love Kojima games, and I don't know much about it, but I couldn't help but laugh because my entire perception on that, like what developer or creator or whatever, is everything you've said. So that's where it was so funny.
this self-obsessed like kind of guy. Like, I'll give it to him. He's done some remarkable stuff in that, and it's just, man, I do not like his games. I don't know if there's a single game of his I've actually liked.
That's funny.
It's like everyone else, he's like this masterpiece of industry and everything. And you know, he sounds like a cool, neat dude. And I've seen his stuff, and his tweets are entertaining. Have I ever shared his tweets with you? He's very funny, that guy.
No.
So for he doesn't do movie reviews, but he'll put his comments because he loves watching movies. And he'll do these beautiful write-ups about like all kinds of movies, like some movies that aren't great, blah blah blah. He does these huge write-ups. But when he hates a movie, he just simply says, I watched in the damn web, and he'll post a picture of it.
Real? Oh, that's funny.
So, like, you can tell, like...
So you know, he just doesn't care.
He doesn't have anything good to say, he doesn't say it, but it is so funny, because you can be like, everyone's like, oh, Kojima hates this movie! Because there would be some downright terrible movies, but he'll be like, oh, you know, this movie was neat in this way and that way. Like, he tries to find, like, the good of it, talk about it, even if it's bad. But then some movies, he's just like, I just watched Madame Web, and that's it. He just types like...
That's funny.
I think he did that for the Marvels as well. He's just like, I just saw the Marvels, and that's it. In a picture. And I'm like, oh man. And people, like, it took a while for people to catch on, but it is hilarious because yeah, when you can tell he hates a movie when it's just like nothing to say about it.
He's got nothing to say. That's funny.
Nothing to say about it. Keyboard and mouse? Why would you do that? He loved Metal Gear. Well, Death Stranding, it's a big franchise. I can't deny that. When is Dying Light 2? I think it's tomorrow. Let me check. I actually have like a calendar set up. I'm actually ahead on video stuff right now. Yeah, I got it pegged for tomorrow. Maybe I'll bump it because I'm lazy. Yeah, 2 years sitting there asking for Dying Light 2, and then, you know, always being told, oh, no, or, oh, we'll get you a code, and then never get one. And then the developers themselves email me. They're like, oh, we just did this big update. I was like, could I get a code? And they're like, of course. It was like 5 minutes later. I was like, are you kidding me? Like seriously? Like, I've been trying to get this game for like 2 years. I was like, right up. Oh, your buddy, your friend, your pal there, Rambo, loves you, Kevin. He's happy that you're here.
Oh yeah, no, that's awesome.
You know, the usual guy that's always he's late in the streams and he's always like, oh, it's a Kevin stream, and I was like, that's your pal right there.
Wow.
Fucking hell.
Who was the one guy that was like my #1 fan for a bit there? I haven't heard of him in a bit.
I think he was actually in here the last time we streamed. I think he actually was happy that you were here. Clowns from Outer Space, probably. When is Garden Warfare 2? I think that one, I honestly would have to check at this point if there's enough players at the hour we play at to see if we could even do that, but I think that would be in the queue. I have a list of Kevin streams. Remember, we're still supposed to do Gears of War.
It was a shame because I absolutely love Judgment, and we finished that, yeah, and then we just never did it. We're like the Halo streams though.
We finished those.
That was solid. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we did Judgment, and then you just kind of dipped out of doing the Gears stuff. I think that's when you started getting busy, wasn't it?
That probably lines up, because like
I've also got
out on Gears. It doesn't make sense.
I have a sticky note line of stuff for Kevin streams. Gears, yeah. Wilson. which I don't think we'll end up ever doing. That one's like Diablo. We should have streamed that. You would have really liked that game. You really would have liked that one. Dead Rising 3, Rainbow Six Vegas 2, which I think the multiplayer is closed.
Yes. Aw.
So I don't... That's what I was saying. I was trying to get you to download it so we could try that, because I think the online multiplayer is gone, but I don't know if that means the co-op's gone. I kind of think so.
The co-op's a lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun. So
I would
that would be
love
great.
to get you. That's right. I'd love to get you to at some point. I know you're not going to anytime soon, but like Ready or Not, and like it's
We'll
a
see if
lot.
that ever
It's
happens.
very serious. Obviously, I've said that, but like, man, does it remind me of like the old Rainbow Six games? How it kind of plays.
I think we were gonna do it. I think there was like a sponsored stream opportunity or something, and it didn't pan out with them. I tend to get really towards companies when there's a sponsored stream opportunity that doesn't pan out. If it comes to console, definitely, but we'll see if the PC thing ever happens for that one. Yeah, because I think that was the situation around that one that most recently happened, was some kind of sponsor thing that fell through. And did I also say Viva Pinata?
Yes, I gotta stream that once before I die, but I feel like that'll be like the apex of my life.
The Viva Pinata stream. But it's gotta come out of nowhere for people.
Yeah. Just random, yeah.
Like, it's not gonna be talked about beforehand. We're not gonna, like, tease it. It's just, like, one of these nights that's just gonna pop up and people will be like, oh shit. I think it's Friendly Homie. He's always the Viva Pinata guy. Always asks for that stream. Well, we still Fallout 76 I'd like to do eventually too, again, because I did want to do that tonight, but I was like, you know, Star Wars night. Ready or Not console ports were leaked when the studio got hacked. Well, there you go. There you go.
That's really cool. See, there's some games where it's like it doesn't make sense. Like Ready or Not, that would play very easily. The Hell Let Loose transferring over, that made a lot of sense, and that's for like looking at like Squad. I see no reason where that wouldn't transfer over either.
Yeah, I'm surprised Squad hasn't made that move.
Yeah.
Scum is supposed to be coming. But they talked about that one forever.
I will say Hearts of Iron, though. I don't know how that would go. That is so micromanagey.
What do we have? We have Crusader Kings. I thought we were... I thought I heard somewhere we were getting Victoria.
Victoria would even make more sense. Like, Victoria, Crusader Kings, you have one. I've never seen anyone really do two armies, but generally you death stack your army and you go through the countryside, right? Victoria it's about the economy. Like, I think that one would totally work, because that's just, you know, running your political system and that. Yeah, it's math. Yeah, it's math, and
you need a degree in economics to
understand. Well, you got to know, they actually did a lot of updates to the game now too. Like, they'll literally show that building this many like iron mines will saturate the market and drop the price of iron. Like, they literally added that stuff for people.
They oversaturated the market.
It's really fun. Yeah, it's neat. Like,
oh no, it's cool. It's also hilariously kind of dumb.
Yeah, but like that one, like with the military, I always like the point that your goal is to become an economic superpower, and military is more just a means to achieve it.
Yeah,
you're never really gonna go about conquering the whole world. It's the 1800s, right? But anyways, but like Hearts of Iron, dude, like, if you're really micromanaging it, you are taking 4 or 5 divisions and 6-8 different tiles, you know, trying to build encirclements while checking the Eastern Front and how that's going. Like, I don't know. I'm not saying it couldn't be done, but I think that one would be tough.
Dooku just died. You know, the real tough thing would be to do it, Kevin.
Not liking the stream.
Not like
buddy?
the stream.
Woo!
So it's liking the stream's great, subscribing's great, donation's cool, consider becoming channel member gifted, the Patreon option, and the Discord for stream alerts. Do I vape? No. Day of the Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out, Viva Pinata.
That would be the ultimate troll GTA 6, but you go play Viva.
It's counter programming is what it is. A 1 terabyte or 2 terabyte? I mean, if you have the money for a 2 terabyte, it comes in handy a lot. If you don't like, if you don't want to uninstall games, I'd say it's more about your internet speed than anything. Like if you have a fast internet, you don't need a large hard drive because you can just uninstall and reinstall stuff. But if your internet's slow, then a larger hard drive helps a lot. A lot.
I joke with my one friend with that sweet American internet. Like, you can download games, no problem.
We have that here. You can do 1.5 giga or 2.5 gigabytes now in the city. Just not where we live.
That's insane. Yeah. I love that story when you were talking about how you were talking with the salesperson. He's like, "Oh, I can get you this speed of internet," and you're like, "No, you can't."
No, you can't. Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
I was like, you're not able to. That was so funny. God, I couldn't imagine buying a house though and also being like locked into like terrible internet again. Fuck. Man, the house stuff just demoralizes me some days. Guess World of Warships. Yeah, that one. I think the most fun surprise, and I'll say it because I know you guys will forget. If I get another Xbox from Xbox to review something, like if they do another Xbox generation, my first, like as soon as they allow me to do a video on something, the first video review I'm gonna do is gonna be Gollum.
Yeah.
It's gonna be Gollum. Be like, you chose out of the entire library.
Oh,
of Xbox.
I saw something. I don't know if it's here, but they're talking about re-release of The Lord of the Rings, like enhanced and all that.
Oh, the 4Ks?
In theaters.
Or in theaters.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I thought that sounded really neat, but then, sorry, I always read comments and stuff, but someone was like, "Why would you go watch this trash when you could play the Gollum game?"
We have Gollum at home. We don't need to go to the theater.
Yeah.
We have Gollum. Nah, but that'll be the first review I do. It'll just be so funny. It'll be like the next gen Xbox, but it'll be how Gollum runs on it. There's only one masterpiece that can truly show off next gen Xbox. If this is really the most powerful gaming console ever done in the history of because Xbox
can make Gollum look good.
You can make Gollum look good. No, they was it Sarah Bond there, who's now the president or something of Xbox? She's like, this is gonna be the greatest leap in technology ever for a console, and someone did the math, and that's like theoretically impossible. But anyways, they're claiming it, and and I'm like, if this console is really so good, Gollum should run well on it. I also want to put you through the pain of streaming that game someday. I really want to see what your reaction is to that someday. Was that our one more game, or is the next one our one more game?
I think the next one.
Okay. Instead of Fortnite? I mean, we all love Fortnite. Kevin's the biggest Fortnite fan. Redfall should... Yeah.
That was such a bad experience. Sorry.
God, Redfall, the 1 year anniversary of Redfall. I don't even think I would put Kevin through that pain of downloading that to play it.
It's that bad, eh? You'd make me play Gollum, but not Redfall.
Yeah, I wouldn't put you through that. Like, Gollum's kind of, like, funny at times. Like, I gave Gollum, like, a 0 out of 10. I gave Redfall, I think, a 2. Ooh, Death Star 2, this will be fun.
Yeah, man. You gave Gollum a 0?
I gave it a 0 out of 10.
Really? Like I picture, like, a 0 on the, grading score, like it should have never been made.
Yeah. It really shouldn't have. Yeah, it just shouldn't exist. I don't think I've actually ever given another game a 0. I can't think of... I have a few movie reviews where I've given things 0s. Did I give 0 to Cats, or did I give that, No, I think I gave that one a 0. I've done a couple movie reviews with 0s, but
Greatest review, by the way. I just gotta say, if anyone loves the written word, check out Sky Captain's review on Cats.
It is actually fucking hilarious. I go back and I read it, and it's my own work, and I laugh sometimes. Actually, a good laugh today. I was at the gym and I almost spit out my water bottle of water. I don't know who the hell it was on the Discord, but they posted... yeah, it's Slaughter, isn't it? He posted a picture of me, and it's like... I'm Sky Captain, and I recommend Breakpoint and Cold War to all of my viewers. I'm like, oh my fucking god. Because you know I hate Cold War. I was just sitting there, I was just like at the gym on the elliptical. I'm like, oh, I'll see what the Discord's saying. And that popped up and I was just like spat out my water, like laughing. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, oh. It's a real inside joke on the channel, I guess I would say. But I really do not like those games. And it's just like a picture of me that's like, you know, like you get one of those things where it's a picture of someone and it's like, I highly recommend blah blah blah, or plumbing or something. And it's just me. I highly recommend Cold War Breakpoint. I was like, fuck right off.
Okay, you have to do a full 24-hour stream of either Breakpoint or Cold War. What are you choosing?
There's more to do in Breakpoint? Like, I could earn some achievements playing Breakpoint. I don't think there would be much I could earn doing Cold War. Like, it's 24 hours, right? So that's a good chunk of time. And I don't like playing either of them. But, like, Breakpoint, I could just kind of, like, slowly walk around, but also, like, get achievements and do stuff, whereas, like, Cold War, like, it'd be mindless Call of Duty action, but it'd be, like, mindless Call of Duty action that is worse. And I hate the zombies passionately in it, so I wouldn't really want to do that. And the campaign, you could go through that, but it's only like 2.5 hours or so. Yeah, it'd probably be Breakpoint just because there would be something functionally for me to do in it. You know, like, yeah. There's something for me to do in it. Must return for the missing Gollum achievements. I technically couldn't finish Gollum. I haven't finished that game. If you watch my stream of it, I had to watch someone else's video at the end because I couldn't finish it. It would crash and I'd lose 20 to 30 minutes of progress every time. And there was a certain point where it was like 7 in the morning. I was just like, I'm at the end of the game, but I can't fucking finish this. Because it's like, it would crash if you missed as like Gollum. So you know you do like platforming, and platforming in that game is hot garbage. So if you jumped and you slid on a wall in the wrong way, crash. If you jumped and died, crash. If you... And the thing is, that game will never be fixed because the studio got closed. So Gollum is forever...
So it just is what it is.
Yeah. Like, it'll never... And it's on console too, right? Like, I guess if like, you're on the PC version... I don't know if there's a fucking crazy enough fan out there to patch it, but that might exist. But on console, it's just like, that game literally is just functionally broken. Forever. Episode, yeah, we talked about that earlier, Caleb, the episode 1 re-release. I think that's in Canada here too.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I have a terrible taste in video games. I don't know, I've played like probably like a few thousand plus video games. I like to think I have a great taste in games. I just know bad games when I play them.
So I gotta ask, when you comment that, is it the Cold War or the Breakpoint that got you? No,
for what? For like the laugh or?
Oh, just for a bad taste in games. Because I gotta assume it's gotta be one of those two.
He said Cold War.
Oh,
yeah,
Cold
people
War,
like to pretend that the lazily rehashed, like, so Cold War is just like a really bad rehash of Black Ops 1, which is like nonsensical. And then the multiplayer is this horrible balance of like meta gun of the week and oh god, it's just horrendous, that game. Lazy maps, all remakes, and just fuck, that game is just hot garbage. I hate, and zombies is just rehashed crap with little, it's not even zombies anymore. Ugh, god, I hated that game, man. I genuinely disliked, like, I've played all the Call of Duties, like, all of them. And even the ones are at least kind of fun to play at times. Yeah, I detested that Cold War game. And it takes up 250 gigs of that sweet next-gen storage. I never felt more prideful in my life than when we finished that last stream and I uninstalled that game from my console.
That's funny.
Yeah. I really genuinely think that is the worst COD they've ever done. Like Modern Warfare 3.
So which is funny.
Like the new Modern Warfare 3.
Sorry.
I think I gave a lower score. That's how bad the campaign and stuff was, but at least the multiplayer is fun. Derivative, but fun. Anyways, yeah, what are you saying?
I was gonna say, you know, like in defense of like the Ghost Recon series, though, there's a lot of Ghost Recon games you like.
Oh, not Breakpoint. Wildlands is really good. Future Soldiers, excellent. Like older Ghost Recons are so cool. Breakpoint just is like, and yeah, you know, they tried to fix it up, but there's just something fundamentally broken about it. Like you just wander around for like several minutes without any sort of like anything going on, and the looting for like items and it was weird.
That was weird, yeah, and like the levels,
The leveling,
you
yeah.
had for like certain items and that you could take that off. Like I didn't like that. Where Wildlands, it just felt like
It works.
a shooter. Like yeah, you had to go find your guns or whatever. Like they were on the map to find, but whatever. That's kind of fun. But like yeah, like I don't know, a level like
It was just
on
off.
stuff.
There was just something wrong with
weird.
that game.
Yeah. And I loved the theme of Wildlands so much. Like it wasn't ahead of its time, but like ahead of its time, and like the acknowledgement of like CIA operations in that nations. Like obviously you're taking out a cartel. Like you're not like doing anything. Yeah, you know. But it's still I loved in the briefing for it that credit is failure. Like the whole thing is you're supposed to make it look like the rebels won this on their own, even though El Sueño is totally on you. But like that was the environment of it was so cool. And then Breakpoint is neat, like the acknowledgement of like, oh, where will AI take warfare? But it became such a like sci-fi game.
It doesn't feel tonally,
you know,
like a Ghost Recon.
Yeah, it's different. It's
And
weird,
like
right?
again, a lot of it was kind of like walking and walking, and then if you died, you'd spawn really far away, and then you'd have to walk. You have to walk. I remember long 7 to 14 minute segments where we were just like, I was in a group with people playing it when it launched to review it. Wow, my Ewok just got fucked by the Emperor. And I'd just be like, wow, this is really boring as I'm walking with this group. And they'd be like, yeah, this sucks. And I was like, this isn't Ghost Recon. Everyone would be like, yep, pretty much. And I was just like, yeah. Like, just walking. That's all I remember in that game is just walking. And then you get obliterated by the enemy. And I was just like, this is just... We're trying to get, like, loot for, like, your weapons and your gear. And I was just like, that's... Yeah.
I just remember doing a weird boss fight with like one of the droids, and I was like, what am I doing? Because like I remember when we were gonna go get the Beauty Queen, and we went up to her like super mansion, and I was up on the hill. We had our buddy with the LMG, and we called in the rebels to like draw a lot of the heat down, and we took out the helicopters. It was so cool how we planned our assault on her mansion, and then here I am like dodging like this super like battle droid thing. It was really
big spider robots and stuff.
Yeah, it was yeah.
Like I really, because again I was reviewing that game, like I really tried, and I was just like, this is just horrible. I don't want to play any more of this. And people, if you go you like check out my review for it on the Series X, people get so salty because I hate that game. It's funny. That one and there's a few of my guilty pleasure people hate me video reviews. Apex, Rocket League, Arma Reforger. Sorry, I stand by that review on that one fully.
That's funny.
I did. You
like
just don't
Arma.
get it. Shut the fuck up.
All right. Well, that's where that was so funny, because like there are things that like I disagree with Rocket League. I get why you don't like it, because it's a really bad community, but I had a lot of fun.
Oh, I like playing Rocket League.
It was.
I just don't like the comments I get on it.
Oh, you get for it? No,
wrong
fair.
camera.
Totally
Oh, you're not
where
playing
it's
this properly.
Yeah.
Oh, you're... That's the thing. Is like
Why did
I
you
like
super jump in midair. I get that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like Rocket League's fun. But that's where I thought that was so funny with Arma, man, because I stood with you. I love whenever we play Hell at least, because the back and forth. Like I'm sitting there talking about how like,
Oh, I just
like,
hate on that
you're
game.
doing this, and you're doing that.
I'm just like walking.
Yeah, like, yeah. I'm like, oh, you're not laying down. You're not taking the bush to hide it. Like it's fun. I do like our little joke back and forth because I know you don't like it. I like it. Whatever. But like Arma,
we just sat in the truck and drove for like 7 hours.
Yeah.
Like, what is this?
It was so bad. Like,
it's pointless to me, that game. You just don't get it. It's like, I don't know, we played like quite a bit of it. It's like, how many hours do I need to put into this before I'm like, Are you gonna...
It's the ultimate milli-sim where you're in a third person shooting at AI. Like, what?
Just walking around AI and everything. Are you gonna do the X Defiant comes out this month?
I haven't tried it. I got the community server test, but I think you played it the one day, and like I just totally missed it. So I don't. Yeah, I know nothing about it.
May 21st. I think it's not bad, but it's like it's really like a generic shooter. Like I don't even know if you like it. Like it's not. It really isn't like a. It's kind of. Did you ever play Gotham City Imposters?
No.
Okay, that was a game where you like it was a generic shooter game, but you cosplayed as like the Joker and like Batman shooting each other. Like those the gear. Like one team was Jokers, one team was Batmans, and that's kind of like what X Defiant feels like. Is your cosplaying is different like Ubisoft franchises. It's fine, but it's like it's really just like I don't know. I can't see it lasting long. I don't mind it, but like. Yeah, I don't see it on that one. Roblox streams? Okay, so I think we've done a Roblox stream or two. Those ones, they do good, like, after watching, but they don't really draw people during. So, like, Roblox is a bit better as, like, a video. You started to search for Supremacy. I thought we were doing the Ewok.
Oh, hi, I'm just sitting here. I'll back out. I didn't know I was in charge.
Group playing. Okay, so you're playing. I'll wait till you back out. I thought you wanted to do I mean, we can go do Hoth and stuff if you want, but I thought you wanted to try the Ewok.
I would love to try the Ewok. Alright, I'm backed out.
I'm searching for Ewok. It is funny though, yeah. People get really salty about Cold War as well, but I'm sorry, that game, nah. George Lucas back to do Star Wars? Why? He's got better things to do with his time. Like the stream. Oh. I'll just hit you with that sub one. Anyways, let's get. I don't think anyone's gonna be playing this.
Sad.
Yeah, we'll give it a sec here. If not, we'll try a different mode. But it's just working. A modern weapons mod that works for Xbox. That's interesting. Shoehorned on all these. Oh, here we go. Shoehorned on all these Fallout 4 mod videos right now. My life.
What is funny, going back and playing. Oh, hey.
What?
Going back and playing like old Fallout games like Tactics and all that. How the universe did kind of change that people don't acknowledge. With Bethesda, like it's the same torn apart world, Brotherhood of Steel, yada yada, but the weapons are more in reference to our timeline. Where if you go kind of as Fallout went, especially like when we were kids, like this has been in the process of like the last like.
Are you alive?
15 plus years. Yes. Are you?
I'm a stormtrooper.
Okay. I find you.
So we're here to kill the Ewoks?
Yeah, trying to survive. Got a couple minutes, and then if you can make it, the shuttle drops, and then you see if you can get there.
This is terrible for streaming because you can't see fuck all.
That's hilarious.
It's just pitch black. My screen is just...
Right bumper.
Yeah, I got the flashlight, but
okay.
it dies off.
Or left bumper, yeah.
It dies off. I'm by the... What all the shield generator kind of things. And below it, saw fireflies.
Basically, everybody else. And we're going into the cave system?
There's caves.
Yeah.
What is this? Is this ammo? I activated a transmission signal.
Oh, good. That speeds up the time. So now we only gotta wait 5 minutes.
If I die, am I dead? How does this work?
Yeah, you're dead. You go to Ewok.
Oh, it's an infection. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I can't see anything. This is so weird.
And if you find one of the heavy blasters, your flashlight always stays on.
Oh, this is just that one map. If I can remember the layout of this map. There's caves? Do you mean like inside where the... I see somebody running out
If
the
you
open.
follow along the river, you'll see.
River.
We're dying off pretty quick.
Oh, I see you. You're a green outline.
Yeah.
I remember this map being so large.
Are you able to get in here?
Yeah, I got a bit to walk. Okay, oh no, there you are. It really is creepy as hell. Yeah, we never
like
play
the
on
cave
this
is neat.
map because it's not part of the Supremacy mode. Does anybody play that mode where you actually, it's like the back and forth kind of thing?
Hey.
What's up, guys? What the hell is that? I get in here with you guys, I'm getting attacked?
Yeah, you just gotta away.
Attacked by fireflies. Can we get up here?
You would not believe your eyes.
Caleb's hero. Hi, Scary Barry. You not believe your eyes. What are you taking us back to the 2010s?
Yeah, man. I'd like to make myself believe. Such a bad song.
Yeah. You wanna know what love is?
It's...
Oh, I'm gonna die from the fireflies.
You're gonna die. Yeah.
I'm so injured. What's with the fire grenade going on here?
If you get the machine gun, you get the fire grenade.
The Ewoks know we're hiding in the cave. Wait, there's one down there! I got him. Oh, that's Caleb. That's funny. Ah! He fucking poked him. He got stabbed in the stomach. Alright. That's kind of a little bit of entertainment for the night. And what else is there? It just makes me want to go play like Halo Infection. I miss that. I wish Halo Infinite was more than it was. I really do, man.
Yeah.
Because we could have had so many fun streams and stuff like we used to. Or, well, we didn't stream back then, but, you know, Halo 3 and Reach.
But, yeah.
Faction and that. What a shame. What a shame. It's like pitch black. What I also like is my TV doesn't do like a true black, but my new capture card actually outputs a raw signal from the Xbox and stuff, so you get like a true actual like coloring and stuff, which is interesting. They're coming from the cave entrance. I'm dead.
Oh, you got a lot died. No.
He Wisties pouched me. RGR locks. He got me. Kevin, you said the cave was safe.
I thought it was. Well, it's safe for me still. No.
Now I'm one with the Ewoks. I will have to blow the horn of freedom.
Oh.
I don't know this map layout. Are they like? Do they have night vision, the Ewoks? They can actually see in the dark pretty well.
Oh, come on, leave me alone. No!
You were lost to the forest?
Yeah, just as the shuttle was there. Could have got out.
Where's the shuttle at? I went back to the cave. Where are these people running to?
Oh,
Oh, they're way... I'm
You'll
nowhere
see,
fucking
yeah.
near that spot. Maybe we should do another match of this after. Just gonna throw that out there. It'd be fun.
Sure.
This doesn't seem to take terribly long. Use the shuttle. We're getting chased by what? Ewoks! Like a survivor story of trying to evade the Ewoks. Oh, 6th Jaguar thought he was getting away. I disagreed. We lost?
Aw, people got
I
away?
think it was like one guy escaped. How did we lose if one dude got away?
We were supposed to get them on.
Damn. The Halo show. Yeah, again, I actually hate the Halo show more after that Fallout show being so good. I wish the Fallout show was more so that it wouldn't have, like, stung so much. Because as soon as I finished the Fallout show, I was like, man, that was so good. I wish the Halo show was, like, a quarter or a sixth. It was like... It retroactively made the other one worse, and I was like, that's weird. That is weird. But that's life in the fast lane. Surely would make you lose your mind.
Ooh.
I'm a storm. Are you a stormtrooper?
Yes.
Stormtrooper? Stormtrooper.
Stormtrooper.
Stormtrooper. Stormtrooper. Stormtrooper. Stormtrooper.
F yourself. No.
Stormtrooper. Oh, never mind.
Ah.
Can you hear that in the forest? I wanted to be... So what? There's like 9 of you and I end up as a stormtrooper? Or not a storm, as an Ewok? Like, seriously? What are the odds? What are the odds, Kevin? So I only get like a spear? I don't get like a bow and arrow or anything?
Get a spear and you get the little firefly things that do like...
I feel like getting the
area
spear would be
damage if
better.
you stay.
Or not the spear, the bow and arrow would be more effective.
Oh god.
Do you hear my
I
horn?
thought I was following an Ewok. No. It'd be freaky if I did.
I don't see any stormtroopers around here. Stormtrooper. Stormtrooper. Why did they stop doing those? You know, like the robot chicken Star Wars stuff. I can't even remember the last time they did
I don't
that.
know. I think the show's not even running anymore.
No, they did a season like a year and a half ago.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's still going on. I watched sometimes there's this one YouTube channel where they pop up like clips and stuff of the robot chicken, so I usually watch it that way. But yeah, they're still doing it. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, I see stormtroopers. Stormtrooper. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. I'm too far away to be doing this. Okay, here we go. Dun 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 dun. Oh, he got me. You ever watch Robot Chicken for a while? It's still kind of funny. I don't know. I like that kind of stuff. Like I don't really find like Family Guy or The Simpsons very funny anymore or anything, but still find the Robot Chicken stuff humorous. I think that's the thing too. Changing tastes as you like get older, and that is interesting.
I don't think the newer seasons are as strong,
No.
personally.
They kind of lost it at some point. American Dad is something I'm gonna have to watch again at some point because I haven't seen that in forever.
love that one.
But I always thought it was better.
Actually, yeah.
That's another guy that guy I was talking about voiced that did the General Rom and everything. He also does the alien. The Roger.
Roger?
Yeah.
I thought that was Seth MacFarlane.
No.
Really? I didn't know that. That's
Let me
incredible.
double check this. I'm pretty sure it's that guy.
I don't know what to get dunked on.
Or am I thinking he's the fish? One sec. Let me double check. I want right information here. Oh, he does Kloss. My bad. And the Monopoly Hobo. Yeah, Kloss is the fish, right? Oh, we won? Oh, yeah. Seth MacFarlane does Roger. Not the alien. Kloss, the fish. Alright, guys. That's a wrap for our Star Wars night. May the 4th be with you, or whatever.